Hey guys, welcome back. This is Snazzy, you all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see, what if Goku sailed for One Piece? So let's move on to the video. Wealth, fame, energy, gold. Roger, the king of the pirates, had finished all of it on his years-long voyage throughout the whole globe. Right before he became finished for his crimes as the mythical pirate king, Roger challenged a new technology of pirates to find his hidden stash of treasure, the One Piece. My treasure? He chuckled with a big smile on his face. Why, it is right wherein I left it. It is yours if you can discover it, however you may should seek the complete global. It become then that, with his final beheading at Logetown, the fantastic pirate era become born. Masses upon lots of latest pirate crews might observe in the Roger pirate's footsteps and enter the Grand Line in search for journey, greed, or, in some strange cases, fun. For 9 long years, the arena authorities would have their hands complete apprehending this new technology of plundering criminals. They dispatched the Marines, army officials educated with the express motive of retaining peace and order alongside the excessive seas. Unluckily, now not everything was as black and white because the authorities' leaders made it out to be. Corruption, violence, and slavery, in truth, have been pretty common across the whole world. Absolutely everyone who stood up in opposition to these inhumane acts both have become pirates or joined the elusive innovative military that began to form not too long in the past. Both option, however, did now not usually bring forth as a great deal trade because the downtrodden could choose. Although a sense of hope did nonetheless exist, to some slaves, it turned into the mysterious solar god, Nika, who they prayed could sound the drums of liberation for them. But there additionally existed every other in addition influential being. They did not originate from this global in step with say, but their presence, in some unspecified time in the future, could forged a mild upon the arena's innermost darkness, similar to the moon did every night time. Cruising throughout the empty, vacuous seas of outer space, a single grey pod presided. It became circular in form and had a purple window located in its center. The being in question changed into a younger toddler with spiky black hair and a bushy brown monkey tail wrapped round his small legs. He gurgled a touch, slightly being able to keep his eyes open because the attack ball kept flying to an unspecified area. The infant ought to vaguely don't forget the last words his mother and father said to him, however it turned into a fleeting reminiscence at nice. It would not be lengthy before he forgot what the two even appeared like or how their voices sounded. If Bardock is overthinking the matter, we'll come and get you right away, okay? His mom stated with tears in her eyes. Listen, you live on, regardless of what. You've got the blood of a strong revolutionary flowing through you, Kakarot. Make us proud. Be brave. We will. Goodbye. Kakarot. He reached out his hand, attempting to contact the loving parents who have been now not there and in no way might be. Tears streaked down the toddler's puffy cheeks as he started out to cry in unhappiness. Wah! Those cries fell on deaf ears. They persevered to move on till the assault ball entered Earth's higher surroundings and organized to land somewhere in its good-sized, highly large ocean. Multiple islands of varying sizes had been strewn approximately the floor, both being a part of the East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, or South Blue. East and West had been separated from the other two sections by using a ring-like continent referred to as the Red Line, making it not possible for there to be one, all-encompassing body of water, or all blue. It had been this manner for hundreds of years, yet no person knew in which this piece of pink earth even came from. It was probable yet another thriller being included up by way of the world authorities and people who dominated it on the Holy Land. Mary Geois rocketing through some clouds and a few miscellaneous sky islands, young Kakarot's pod plummeted toward a small island in the West Blue known as Paozu Island. Located due north of the notorious island, O'Hara, it was often tropical surroundings domestic to Mount Paozu and a slew of various prehistoric creatures, together with dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers, large fish, and extra. In a way, its habitat was relatively much like the Grand Line's Little Lawn, however with some awesome differences right here and there. The general weather and cycle of seasons have been of them. Stationed close to Paozu's shore was an vintage marine deliver that were via its fair proportion of severe naval battles. It become darkish inexperienced with masts that had big white sails connected to it and a third mast with a lateen sail close to the lower back. 6 cannons have been additionally positioned on either facet of the deliver's hull. A couple of other cannons have been placed above the bow as nicely. Every sail was moreover painted with the blue, wing-like image for the Marines on it and, of course, the real phrase, Marine, written in bold lettering. A unique function that made this cruiser stand out from the others, but was its vast length and the white, fox-like creature that was its figurehead. It had pointy ears, purple eyes with round black scholars, and a small snout with whiskers on its cheeks. A set of paws have been additionally placed near the lowest of the Deliver-S bow. Those animalistic features were reminiscent of a mask's its owner. As soon as War into Warfare, his call changed into Vice Admiral Sun D. Gohan, an elderly 79-year-old guy known to many because the high-quality hero of heroes and, in more intense cases, the god of the Marines. His ability in combat became fantastic enough to take down many dangerous pirates in his heyday, inclusive of Rox D. Zebuk himself during the infamous God Valley incident of 1486. He was asked to take on the function of Admiral or even Fleet Admiral, usually over, but Gohan would always decline such gives. He preferred to no longer be made right into a puppet for the celestial dragons to control. They already precipitated enough sorrow and destruction on this global, and he wouldn't be made into a blind supporter of these acts irrespective of what orders had been given out. Justice couldn't be well held if that had been the case. Carrying a tattered white coat alongside his sleeves, he became a quick, yet pretty muscular man or woman status at 5'2" and weighing 112 kilos. He had beady, nearly fierce black eyes and had a hairy white mustache that sat above his higher lip. His foremost outfit constructed from a military blue healthy with a fedora of the identical color on his head and small black slippers. This turned into the set of garb he commonly wore whilst occurring missions as a vice admiral. However, those days, lamentably, had been long beyond him now. He had retired in 1502 after witnessing indescribable horrors take place on Ohara. It had been a year considering that dreaded incident, but the deaths of Professor Clover, Nico Olvia, and the other innocent archaeologists living there did not escape his mind. He changed into grateful that Olvia's 8-year antique daughter controlled to live to tell the tale, although a goal turned into now located on her back by means of the 5 elders. He may want a most effective begin to surprise what an innocent young lady should do to warrant such cruelty and malintent. Nonetheless, regardless of what his scholars said to convince him otherwise, Gohan took a greater palms-off position and targeted on training new recruits after that day. He still retained the rank of Vice Admiral, however might no longer be visible inside the line of duty each time quickly. Considering that retiring, Gohan installation a bit hut for himself on Paozu Island and spent maximum of his downtime residing there. Sometimes he'd take a few students to educate there consistent with Fleet Admiral Sengo's permission, but extra frequently than now not, he paid visits to Mount Paozu by way of himself. Yawning aloud, he held his trusty bow body of workers, the Naibo, in a single hand and used it as a on-foot stick of types. Whilst purple in shade, the aptly named strength pole had seen so many battles through the years that it began to turn black from the outcomes of his armament haki. It could even come to be comparable to a black blade at this charge, even supposing it wasn't a sword at all. HMPH a bit dull, but I suppose it is as desirable of a retirement domestic as any. Gohan muttered to himself. He persisted taking walks, traversing the rocky cliffsides of Mount Paozu at a constant, even tempo. Wonder how Garp, Sengo, and Tsuru will fare without me around. I am not involved. Approximately Tsuru in step with Sei. However, the antique marine then froze, sensing an unknown item along with his observational haki. Seeing a short glimpse of the destiny, he ought to inform it changed into going to crash immediately into Mount Paozu any moment now. What may want to it be? It's falling from the sky, yet this haki doesn't feel like something that would originate from Skypiea or any similar location. Retaining his eyes centered at the sky and nothing else, Gohan ultimately stuck sight of the object in question. The metallic spacecraft rocketed instantly into the floor, emitting a large explosion of electricity that kind of shook Paozu Island to and fro. He dashed instantly towards it as quickly as the ensuing smoke cleared. There was now a deep crater inside the floor, which contained not anything, but some shattered pieces of rock and the spherical flying machine of sorts. It was truly damaged from the crash, yet pretty much absolutely operational, nevertheless. Should it be one of Dr. Vegapunk's experiments perhaps? Gohan wondered, relating to the Marine's present-day head scientist and a close pal of his. This presumption might be proven wrong as soon because the attack ball's hatch popped open. To his growing astonishment, an infant with spiky black hair and a monkey tail slowly crawled out of it. A little boy? With the tail of a monkey of all things. The mysterious toddler looked round before beginning to cry their eyes out yet again. Being an infant, he became scared, tired, hungry, and lonely all at the equal time. Gohan sympathetically gazed on the boy and walked as much as him with a small grin on his face. "How do you grow to be in a place like this, little fella?" He lightly scooped up the boy in his palms and took a look at the monkey tail. Oddly sufficient, he also seemed to have faint strains of haki flowing through his frame. "You are an abnormal one, okay. No devil fruit in sight, yet you still have a tail connected to your frame. But do not worry, kiddo. I have been known as a little atypical myself, agree with it or no longer." The Vice Admiral wasn't positive what to do. This toddler glaringly had no domestic, own family, or even people to name his own, so something needed to be performed to help him. He'd alternatively die than allow the celestial dragons get their greedy arms on him, at the least. They'd either sell him into slavery or experiment on him because of his ordinary, alien characteristics on my own. Thinking about how lonely dwelling in this island can be at instances, Gohan subsequently came to a choice. He'd help enhance and teach this boy, much like what he did for all types of young, promising Marines inside the beyond. "Looks like you are staying with me, infant. How does that sound?" The young boy's tail twitched approximately as he giggled happily at Gohan's smiling face. The vintage Marine could not assist, however, be a part of it and snicker the equal way. "Ho ho. I will take that as a sure then," he stated. "Now, what ought to I name you? Gohan Jr.? No, it is now not proper." He then returned to his former pupil, Fleet Admiral Sengo, and suddenly got here up with an concept. They didn't constantly agree on the whole thing, however he did care approximately him, Garp, and Tsuru lots more than any one of them realized. Those three might as properly have been his children in all, but blood, to be sincere. How approximately son D Goku? Or Goku for short? The boy began to chuckle even louder in reaction to his new name, plenty to the old guy's sheer pride. "Oh, you want that, who? Very well then. Goku, it is. Ha ha ha. Goku. What an excellent little boy." It was then that a void in Gohan's heart turned into slowly, however surely stuffed. This infant, something or whoever he changed into, one to erase all of the atrocities Gohan had witnessed in his existence, however he ought to in reality deliver some a good deal wanted wish for the future. That's what he desired to preserve in mind while raising Goku. Besides keeping the boy in his arms, the antique guy took another observe the attack ball in puzzlement. It became in all likelihood a bit of advanced, extraterrestrial technology, so Dr. Vegapunk become surely the most effective person he could call to address it. He'd need to contact him on his transponder snail before all people else, particularly the alternative Marines, struck wind of Goku's unexpected arrival. "Okay, Goku. Permit get you in now. Grandpa's gonna want to speak with an antique friend of his." Right as he resumed mountaineering up Mount Paozu, a huge orange Tyrannosaurus Rex leapt out of the jungle in a blind rage. It'd have bitten down on Gohan's head if now not for him obvious without delay on the beast, sending out a effective shockwave of haki that knocked it out cold. All the poor T-Rex may want to do now became foam at the mouth and continue to be unconscious for who knows how long. HMPH. My Conqueror's haki ought to be getting a piece. Rusty Goku then kind of tugged down on Gohan's mustache at the same time as he wasn't paying interest. "Youch! Hava hava." The monkey-tailed boy giggled in enjoyment. "My goodness. You are pretty a handful, are not eh?" After approximately some other half hour of walking, Gohan eventually made it to his hut. It turned into a small, one-room constructing with a triangular blue roof and pink-white bricks. Its doorways have been also inexperienced and made from some unique kind of wood. He looked down at the kid, who became now fast asleep in his fingers. After everything that simply befell, he could not believe how calm and peaceful Goku regarded. "Negative little guy. You ought to through quite loads these days." He then quietly walked into his domestic and set Goku down at the mattress. Apart from that, there was a table, a blue countertop with drawers, and a single vase in the nook. There was additionally an orange ball with 4 red stars on it, However, even Gohan himself failed to quite know what it changed into or what it could do. It had been on Paozu Island even earlier than he first set foot on it. The Vice Admiral then walked over to his own transponder snail, or Den Den Mushi. It changed into a rare white member of its species that had an exact reproduction of Gohan's eyes and mustache. He, in my view, discovered this type of snail in mystery, so his conversations could not be wiretapped by using the Marines or global authorities. This tactic became vital whilst coping with such exclusive subjects like Goku and his origins. He quickly dialed Dr. Vegapunk's range and waited for him to pick up. As soon as he did, the scientist's emotions and mannerisms were copied by using the very snail transmitting his call. Well, this is a surprise. What seems to be the hassle, Gohan? I used to be wondering if you may pay a short visit to Paozu, Vegapunk. There may be something here you may be interested by. Several hours later, status to the side together with his new grandson, Gohan watched as Dr. Vegapunk cautiously examined the boy's pod in sheer awe. He turned into a brief, eccentric searching man with an elongated brow that towered above anyone else's. This bizarre look resulted from him consuming the mind fruit, a Paramecia-kind Satan fruit that allowed his thoughts to comprise a close to countless amount of know-how and thoughts. Such an ability, even though complicated in certain components, allowed Vegapunk to be dubbed the best guy within the world and create technological marvels that the arena as soon as considered impossible. Or, as a minimum, this cutting-edge version of the arena, anyway. He additionally had a brown mustache, bushy eyebrows, and spiky, unkempt hair that wrapped round his bulbous head. His eyes were protected with the aid of red sunglasses and, maximum ordinary of all, his lengthy tongue turned into nearly always sticking out from his mouth, even if speak me. Carrying a black fit and pants, Vegapunk enthusiastically hopped from one place to any other to get a higher observe Goku's assault ball. Despite his nigh incomparable intellect, the 43-years-old Special Technology Institution founder had never visible something pretty like this device before. It made him weary, but extraordinarily fascinated at the same time. Peepa peepa. And simply when I notion the arena of science could not increase similarly, you bring this splendor to me, Gohan. Astounding. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled aloud. He then crossed both hands in the back of his lower back and nodded. It changed into quite smart if you want to re-Quasar my help. You have an infinitely expanding brain, my pal. Nobody is extra qualified to address a contraption like this one. Vegapunk tentatively rubbed his chin, glancing from the monkey-tailed child to the pod in brief succession. A trifling contraption does not even start to describe it. Primarily based at the calculations I made mere seconds ago, I suspect that this transportation device turned into capable of fly across outer area in document timing. If it were touring at an ordinary velocity in light years, this infant would be a great deal older than he seems to be. Gohan frowned. But how is that possible? Are you implying that Goku comes from a race of humans even greater technologically advanced than that of what becomes suspected to be determined in the Void Century? Exactly. The scientist gravely nodded. That is why the 5 elders ought to now not find out your grandson's existence. Otherwise, he can be enslaved via the celestial dragons like many wonderful species earlier than him, or worse, turn out to be just like the denizens of Ohara. The retired Vice Admiral scowled in dismay. He then softly brushed a few hair off of Goku's brow and smiled down at him. A new feel of determination now burned in his very soul. I may not let that manifest, Vegapunk. I may additionally have did not store Professor Clover and the others, however I may not fail with Goku. As long as I am round, he will be safe with me here. Dr. Vegapunk blew out a sigh and lightly patted Gohan at the lower back. Do not area the blame solely on yourself, you antique fool. The so-called devil infant, Nico Robin, could not have survived without your efforts, accurate. As long as she keeps to live, the archaeologists of Ohara will not have died in useless. And their work has additionally been added over to Elbaf, in order that, in a sense, is a triumph for them too. At the short point out of Elbaf, domestic of the giants, Gohan felt an experience of comfort wash over him. His fellow Vice Admiral and pal, Jaguar D. Lusol, should have been able to live on, in any case. He was hoping Robin became doing okay too. So you promise now not to expose any data about Goku to the relaxation of the sector? Opposite to what Monkey D. Air Dragon stated approximately me some months in the past, I am now not a lapdog who blindly follows the authorities' orders. There are nevertheless right, affordable people to be discovered within the Marines, and also you, of Path, are possibly the maximum truthful of all of them. I don't have any cause to jeopardize the life of this child, specifically because his species, something it may be referred to as, brings about all sorts of new discoveries to the table. And that everyone begins with the very device he traveled to Earth in. Gohan gratefully beamed on the scientist and nodded his head. Thanks, Vegapunk. I'll make it up to you some way. Do not make promises you cannot preserve, my buddy. Peepa peepa. The previous MADS chief laughed. All I re-quasar in go back is the pod and a sample of Goku's DNA. I do want to take a look at them in addition at Punk Danger to get a higher expertise of the boy's species and what units it other than different species we already realize approximately. The old guy then plucked a single hair from Goku's monkey tail and passed it to Vegapunk. The scientist deadpanned at this action, however familiar the DNA pattern, nonetheless. That'll do, I assume. Afterwards, Gohan picked up the assault ball and effectively located it in the Vegatank 08, a round car that used wheels made from island clouds to fly across the sky. Its cockpit turned into a bubble that Vegapunk ought to effortlessly enter and exit easily. He did just that and sat on the wheel, giving his buddy one last handshake before heading lower back to Punk Threat, the island within the new international wherein his modern-day laboratory presided. Take care, Gohan. I'll be sure to present you any updates about my studies when they arrive. Until then, keep an eye at the boy and make certain that he does not depart this island. There may be no telling what ought to appear if the world authorities catches wind of his arrival here. Ho ho ho. Do not worry, Vegapunk. He'll be proper at home on Mount Paozu. The esteemed marine scientist, appreciating Gohan's ever-present enthusiasm, took flight inside the Vegatank 08 and commenced the journey back to Punk Danger without another word. Now, Gohan and Goku have been left alone with a deep, vacant crater within the ground. Goku interestingly reached his small hands out to the parting car, and quite lovely movement which his new grandpa smiled at. The little boy became already pretty desirable at bringing out that facet of him, reputedly. I'm certain we will see him again. He is usually searching for new sources of facts any place it can be discovered, and that, I am afraid, now includes you, my boy. Goku blankly tilted his head to the facet in confusion, however commenced to laugh once Gohan located his blue fedora atop the kid's head. He took a liking to it nearly without delay. Allow us get you lower back home. I'll want to discern out what you want to eat. From that factor onward, the as soon as acclaimed god of the Marines could take his retirement in stride and spend each day elevating the alien toddler he selected to adopt as a grandson. That they had explore, sleep, devour, and, in the end, train together at some point of all of Paozu Island's surroundings. This will preserve for the subsequent 6 years way to a few assistants from Dr. Vegapunk and Gohan's 3 protégés. Tsuru, specially, took a shine to the young boy, but given her critical nature, she failed to like to expose all of it that frequently. Alas, these moments of happiness had been not able to ultimate forever. There existed an immense strength hidden inside Goku's frame that not even his personal grandfather may want to count on, and it become that very strength which would trade his existence forever. 6 years later, might also 9th, 1,509 inches advance that week, Sengo had pulled a few strings as Fleet Admiral to visit his vintage mentor at Paozu Island. Marineford's current commander-in-leader, Kong, allowed it, however simplest out of respect for Gohan, whom he held in high regard as former opponents and partners. Kong's upcoming birthday may have had something to do together with his better temper as well. It took several days to travel from the Marine headquarters to the West Blue, however ultimately, Sengo, Monkey D. Garp, and Tsuru all reached Paozu on their very own ships. This assembly turned into planned ahead of time, so they traveled alone with none officers or shipmates to accompany them. This was in particular for Gohan's advantage than their very own, since even Sengo understood that Goku's identification had to be kept pinnacle mystery. In any other case, all hell would truly wreck free and the 5 elders might do the whole thing in their power to seize him by means of pressure. The Fleet Admiral become as loyal to the world government as they arrive, but he still could not convey himself to be that cruel to an harmless infant. Currently, he becomes sitting at a timber table outdoor Gohan's hut with him, Garp, and Tsuru. At 64 years old, Sengo turned into an incredibly tall man, status at 9'1" with black spectacles, a black afro that blanketed his complete head, and a thin, long goatee that prolonged down from his neck. His mild crimson in shape turned into paired with a white naval jacket that had crimson and yellow shoulder pads on both facets. He saved his gaze calm, critical, and composed, but changed into certainly satisfied to be in Gohan's presence once more. Garp became comparable, yet specific at the identical time. The 63-years-old hero of the Marines stood a piece taller than Sengo at 9'5", and was a long way greater muscular and bulky in terms of typical body. He had short black hair with a few grey elements developing in at the facet and a black beard. Due to the fact that his jacket currently hung along his seat, he wore a black and white in shape with get-dressed pants of the identical color. A large, toothy grin became almost completely positioned on his lips in that moment too. Excellent body of work as Officer Tsuru, in assessment to her two colleagues, became 61 years antique and stood at a marginally shorter 6'8". She had some wrinkles on her once stunning, stern face, and her grey hair changed into tied into a bun. Her important outfit comprised of a crimson collar blouse with rolled-up sleeves, a maroon tie with white polka dots, and brown gloves. She also wore maroon pants and brown, high-heeled boots. Every one of Gohan's college students have been extensively taller than him, but in terms of raw power and have an impact on by myself, he endured to remain ideal. The vintage man, however, turned into far too humble to just accept such praise. All of them watched the 6-year vintage Goku gorge down on piles upon piles of meals in sheer soreness. Tsuru showed most effective sigh and cognizance on consuming her cup of tea at the same time as Garp laughed amusedly along his old mentor. Occasionally I ponder why you named this animal after me, grasped Gohan. Garp slapped his knee and stated, "Bwahava. He possibly were given the idea from you devouring the one's fried rice crackers all the time, Sengo." Sengo glared at his old pal and rival in outrage. Like you've got any right to talk, Garp. You have been gorging at the complete collection because you first walked in. Save some for the rest, folks, you glutton. Seems like you will in no way alternate. Tsuru, known practitioner of smooth justice, grumbled in annoyance. You will be a bad influence on the poor infant. Finishing off his ultimate bowl of meals, Goku set it down and let out a pleasing sigh of alleviation. The young boy changed into now wearing a blue gi with red wristbands, blue slippers, and a white sash tightly wrapped around his waist. His monkey tail poked out from in the back of his pants as always. Do not worry, Granny Tsuru. Grandpa already taught me no longer to behave an excessive amount of like Garp and Sengo. The two rivals stopped arguing to gawk at such a remark. Eh? The hell is that intended to mean? Sengo adjusted his glasses. You have got a few nerve, brat. Tsuru smirked in leisure at Goku's naive, carefree mindset. That kind of behavior would likely get him killed sooner or later, but she was certain he'd grow out of it finally. At least, that is what she was hoping if Gohan changed into, in truth, elevating him properly. She then observed the amount of meals staining Goku's shirt, face, and pants. Grimacing, she barely raised her hand and held it in the direction of him. You are filthy. What did I let you know about cleansing up after yourself? The usage of her paramecia-type Satan fruit, the wash fruit, Goku's frame have become protected in soap and water as he turned into laid out against his chair like a pair of freshly easy garments. Commonly, this capability might also be able to cleanse the evil in a person's heart, but because of the boy already being as pure as can be, all it did was give him a quick tub. The feeling changed into particularly fine for Goku, yet bizarre on the same time. Hee. I like it better while you clean me, Granny. It is greater amusing that way. Seeing the almost motherly smile on Tsuru's face, Gohan could not assist, however, chuckle from his seat on the table. He became 85 years antique and showing a few hints of fatigue on his wrinkled face. Though, the former Vice Admiral did indeed trade all that lots from how he changed into 6 years previous. He just had to take it smooth right here and there, tipping his trademark, blue fedora. Gohan addressed his former Marine protégés with a smile. Oh ho ho ho. I'm happy you three are getting alongside so nicely with my grandson. Surely warms this antique guy's heart. Garp snorted and kicked back in his seat. Faye. I nonetheless think you are too tender on the brat, Gramps. You should have thrown him into the jungle for a few months like I suggested. Handiest then do we realize how sturdy he can without a doubt grow to be. After Tsuru's cleansing session turned into over, Goku sat again in his seat and appeared up at the Vice Admiral in puzzlement. But I did that earlier then. One time I fought this large, ugly dinosaur for a giant fish and Garp narrowed his eyes and comically socked him across the face using the scary fist of affection technique. That is not sufficient, damn it. As a result, the younger boy went flying uncontrollably into a nearby tree. Goku managed to shrug this assault off and massaged his aching cheek. Ow. No fair, Garp pa. I wasn't ready yet. Sengo massaged his chin. Goku appears to be pretty resilient, as a minimum HMPH resilience is not gonna make him an effective marine. He wishes that greater push to emerge as the best sailor this world has ever visible. Garp proclaimed determinedly. Him and Luffy are going locations. You may see. Goku scratched the returned of his head, concerning the Vice Admiral's description with an outstanding loss of hobby. Being a marine doesn't sound very fun, though. Grandpa stated it's not the sort of group he needs me to be part of. Hearing this disrespectful comment, Garp grabs Goku via the scruff of his shirt and glares at him dangerously. Lies! Your grandpa taught the three folks the whole lot he knows as a Vice Admiral for the Marines. Why in the hell could he not want that route for his own grandson? Sighing, Gohan crossed both palms at the back of his again and were given up from his seat. What the boy says is proper, Garp. I do now not wish for him to join the Navy. An exceedingly awkward silence permeated during the air. Sengo, Tsuru, and Garp had been taken aback, speechless through what they have been listening to. The latter, in particular, was genuinely pissed off. He dropped Goku onto the floor and tightly clenched his fists, suffering to keep himself returned from getting even extra furious. Have you ever long past senile? If not a Marine, what other path for Goku is there, Gramps? That S for Goku to decide whilst he is older, no longer you, myself, or everybody. I may additionally have loyally served the sector authorities for decades, son, but I've come to recognize that it follows a wrong sense of justice. The 5 elders, Marine Admirals, Cypher Paul, the Celestial Dragons, each unmarried one of them is corrupt and has no cost for human existence past their personal unsuitable interpretation of it. Gohan responded in a darkly serious, adamant tone of voice. A younger, innocent boy like Goku could be eaten alive in such an business enterprise. I do no longer need the hopeful light that he represents to be extinguished by cold, sour darkness like mine sooner or later turned into. Garp scoffed. He did not need to confess it, however. Gohan become technically proper. The world government's corruption and brutality changed into what led to his own son, Monkey D. Dragon, forming the Progressive Navy. In spite of everything, Sengo shook his head. If some other Marine had said this, energetic or retired, he would have had them punished nearly straight away. Look, I keep extra respect for you than even Kong, Gohan. However this? I can't stand by it. Such a silly, blasphemous statement might get you killed on sight. Do not you realize that? The present-day Fleet Admiral snarled. And if Goku isn't always groomed into a robust, unswerving Marine officer, he's going to grow to be some distance too risky to be left alive. His unique nature may be used to attain authentic justice in this world if you don't want to allow that manifest. Goku wasn't surely following at the side of this verbal exchange, but for a few purpose, it made him experience uncomfortable. He scrunched up his face a touch in challenge. Too dangerous? Tsuru walked as much as the boy and softly held him in a comforting embody. She glared at Sengo in disapproval. Keep in mind who you're speaking me about, Sengo. Have you misplaced all feel of compassion? I'm the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Tsuru. I will now not allow this boy end up a dirty, despicable pirate like Gold D. Roger. I've already long gone via enough trouble seeking to purge his spawn from this earth. I refuse to do that for someone I really preserve an attachment to. The girl Vice Admiral persevered to clutch Goku's shoulders in pain. Garp, in the meantime, Concept approximately port gas DEAce and his familial connection to the Pirate King. He'd be damned if Sengo observed approximately that reality come what may, so he would not say anything about it for his new adoptive grandson's sake. Naitoru then took a deep breath and broke the silence. The world is not so black and white anymore, Sengo. It'd be naive of you to remember all pirates evil whilst ignoring the atrocities dedicated with the aid of our people in Marines. We're as guilty of inflicting injustice on this international as any known criminal. Gohan solemnly nodded in agreement. Just like the Ohara incident, you still blame yourself for that, don't you? I gave CP9 permission to cause that buster call, Gohan. The blood of these people is on my arms. I simply gave you orders from the world government to follow. He scowled in a softer voice. I by no means intended for it to reason your retirement. Maybe I need to have executed what that traitor, Jaguar Diusol, recommended and wondered the five elders' precise animosity toward that area properly. You did in my boy. And now some negative 15-12 months antique female has a 70 million berry bounty located on her headway to your blind complacency. The identical will likely take place if the arena authorities sets their points of interest on Goku. He will be enslaved with the aid of the one celestial dragons or worse, experimented on and turned into a weapon of some type. That is not the lifestyles I want for Goku to have. On foot over to his grandson, he affectionately ruffled Goku's hair and smiled. The young boy giggled, oblivious to the severe, downright lousy topics being mentioned. I want Goku to be unfastened to explore the arena, meet new people, and, of root, develop more potent as someone. And if he must end up a pirate to attain that stage of freedom, then so be it. It is his preference to move down whatever path he wishes. Gohan proclaimed. Who is aware of? Perhaps he may want to even got down to discover the One Piece sooner or later. Oh ho ho ho, Goku snickered at all the matters his grandpa simply defined. He. That sounds like a laugh, Grandpa. Not certain what a One Piece is, but I need it. Garp, notwithstanding the boy's clear disinterest in turning into a marine, suddenly broke out into a noisy suit of laughter. Where ha 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 ha. Yup. It's your grandson, all right. Sengo bared his teeth in frustration. How absurd. The only piece 1T be so without problems received, boy. You'd first-rate benefit extra experience than your getting old grandfather and rethink turning into a marine. Your freedom can be greater assured that manner. A pirate's life does no such aspect. The spiky-haired boy caught out his tongue at Sengo and drooped his eyelid. Naya. We will simply see about that, vintage guy. Arrogant little brat. Goku then pumped up his fists in newfound willpower. I am gonna end up the most powerful pirate within the international and find that One Piece factor someday. Simply watch me, you men. I will make you proud, Grandpa. Gohan and Tsuru giggled on the younger boy's self-assurance while the other two grunted in dismay. Sengo changed into especially displeased along with his similarities to the king of the pirates himself. Even a boy overseas to this global has the need of D guiding his actions. He notion. Gohan might not be able to defend him forever. I hope he realizes that earlier than I have no preference, but to pressure my hand. He then grimaced on the sight of Goku childishly yawning and rubbing his eyes. It become a chunk past the kid's bedtime. Grandpa, I'm getting sleepy. We'll visit bed quickly, my boy. I anticipate Tsuru, Garp, and Sengo may not be staying a whole lot longer. Sure, Sengo muttered whilst searching over at his ship. A fleet admiral's duties never in reality prevent piling up, I assume. Why do you believe you studied? I failed to need the activity. Garp grunted as Tsuru glanced at him. Due to the fact you are reckless and don't have any appreciate for authority or even assets for that, remember. What's up? I can be extreme whilst it counts, Tsuru. Lay off. As they continuously bickered with every different, Goku noticed a bright, white mild coming from the sky. It turned into a complete moon, something he changed into, to his know-how, by no means up past due sufficient to certainly see or notice. He stared instantly at in unexpected curiosity. Wow! The moon sure seems first-rate and big tonight, Grandpa. Does it continually look like that, or he then iced over as a shockwave of power entered his subconscious mind? His eyes had been now glazed over as well. Goku? Requested Tsuru. A kickback went down Gohan's backbone as he spun round to look up on the moon. He hadn't even been paying attention to what time of day it became. Oh no, not now. Goku's coronary heart then began to overcome repeatedly to the rhythm of his slowly converting body. Badump, badump, badump. After collapsing onto the ground in ache, he took deep, shallow breaths and commenced to convert from a small infant into a large, ape-like monster. What the hell is taking place, Gohan? You never referred to anything about this. Garp yelled. Gohan and the three Marines jumped far away from Goku to create some distance between them. Inside seconds, Goku's eyes now glowed a blood red and his vast body became included in brown fur. He clenched his sharp enamel and let loose a constant onslaught of haki with one unmarried roar. Grah! The four Marines have been almost flung returned from the resulting shockwave. Something else, in near proximity, became both knocked out from surprise or crumbled into tiny portions that Sengo could not accept as true with what he turned into seeing. The color of the perfect king at simplest 6 years old. Garp stood helplessly as first-rate ape Goku went on a rampage atop Mount Paozu. He slammed his fist down on Gohan's hut first, destroying the whole building immediately. That is insane. Turned into he component mink this entire time. There is no manner. This can resemble their Sulong bureaucracy, but none of them have been able to obtain this level of strength so all of a sudden. Tsuru choked out. It has to be something a long way distinct from that. Gohan unfortunately grimaced. You'd be proper, Tsuru. This form is what consequences from Goku's monkey tail. After I first witnessed him study the full moon about 12 months ago from now, Dr. Vegapunk labeled it because the Uzuru, that means incredible monkey or splendid ape. It increases Goku's energy tenfold each time he transforms into this component. I slightly survived the closing time it seemed, and I am no longer so sure I will be as lucky once more. Sengo narrowed his eyes into slants and tracked Goku's actions through observational haki. His electricity became above common in size, however surprisingly unrefined in comparison to theirs. The main difficulty would be attempting to take him down without killing the kid. Then we're going to guard you this time, grasped Gohan. Simply cognizant on knocking that tail off so your grandson will cross-return to ordinary. Nodding, Gohan smiled and transferred armament haki into his Naibo. It changed from purple-pink to black and gold in color. I intend to do simply that, Fleet Admiral Sengo. Garp smirked excitedly and slammed his fists collectively, coating each one in a black shell of armament haki. Crimson and black bolts of lightning surrounded him at the same time. Wahahaha. Similar to the best old days, eh? Tsuru smirked and stood in a combating stance. Whilst had been they ever top, Garp? With that closing statement, the four went to assault splendid ape Goku from unique guidelines. Gohan, with an air of secrecy of vivid blue haki, flipped into the air and directed the Naibo closer to his grandson's monkey tail. Strength pole, enlarge! The black personnel grew exponentially in duration within Gohan's arms. He then slammed it down like a blade, trying to slice off the tail via force alone. Sadly, Goku subconsciously tapped into observational haki and sidestepped far away from the Naibo's unexpected strike, seeing it coming earlier than it even befell. Shoot! He used the coloration of commentary to avert. Narrowing his eyes, first-rate ape Goku clasped both fists together and slammed them down on Gohan's frame. Unfortunately, the antique guy changed into too frail and vulnerable to suppress the counterattack's greater intense damages. He coughed up blood and changed into sent crashing into the floor. Gohan! Tsuru cried. Using the wash fruit's skills, she waved each her fingers and drenched Goku with soapy water. His anger subsided for a second, however more so out of misunderstanding than actual manage over his emotions. His body was far too massive to experience any actual adjustments to his appearance like in advance. Are you all right? What's wrong? Gohan all at once struggled to breathe as he clutched his aching chest. At 85 years antique, his age became subsequently beginning to capture up with him at the worst viable second. My heart is giving out a little, but I will hold going, Tsuru. My grandson wishes me. Tsuru's frown deepened ever so slightly. However, her reaction became interrupted with the aid of first-rate ape Goku dismissing the wash-wash fruit's effects. He then opened his huge mouth and collected brilliant red haki into it. A blast of haki. Much like Admiral Kizaru's Gohan whispered in confirmation, the haki changed into then launched as a red, dome-like area of power. It would have obliterated Gohan and Tsuru right away if no longer for it being deflected by means of a huge golden hand at the final 2D. This hand belonged to Sengo, whom had used his rare legendary Zoan kind devil fruit, the human fruit version, Buddha. As the call implied, the fleet admiral transformed into a huge statuesque version of himself known as a Daibutsu or, in different words, a golden Buddha. He turned into now bare-chested and rotund with sparkling white eyes that emanated a top-notch amount of divine strength. His afro turned into now constituted of multiple golden orbs too, and narrowing both eyes in rage, he tightly grabbed onto Goku's simian wrists and forced him down together with his very own golden shockwave. The output of clashing energies became so substantial that every one of Paozu Island began to uncontrollably shake backward and forward. Know your vicinity, you lowly monkey. Your status before Sengo the Buddha himself. Fantastic Ape Goku's feet caved deep into the floor, struggling to face up to Sengo's newfound power. He then roared in frustration and unleashed some more bursts of crimson haki from his mouth. Sengo changed into driven again a touch, but nevertheless controlled to shrug off the attacks without a single scratch on him, regardless. Their difference in energy and skill was simply a ways too giant. Get on with it, Garp! What are you waiting for? You cannot rush greatness, Sengo, old friend. The hero of the Marines sprinted up to Goku's legs from in the back of and let out haymaker after haymaker in opposition to them. His knees buckled from the resulting implosions of energy, however that only served to make the young Uzuru even extra furious than before. Tapping into Conqueror's haki yet again, Goku freed his hands from Daibutsu Sengo's strong grip and set free some other, even extra powerful roar. Gra! An outstanding charisma encompassed Goku's frame, quickly pushing Garp and Sengo away from him with the aid of some meters at most. He additionally time and again beat on his chest like a gorilla, projecting more than one bursts of sound waves in opposition to the two mythical naval officers. Dowa! Sengo pushed his palm into the ground and grinded his heavier frame towards it. This controlled to stop him from moving any further. Damn it! Seeing the extent of destruction Goku became causing, Gohan knew what had to be done. He gently driven Tsuru away from him and propped himself up with the Naibo. The vintage man then covered his chest with a sliver of armament haki to assist alleviate the pain in his heart. Stay returned, Tsuru. Goku's my duty. The exceptional group of workers officer could tell something else became off about her mentor, but did not say a word. Her abilities in observational haki had been high sufficient to notice that Gohan's personal power changed into falling speedy. It turned into either because of the pressure due to this dire situation or something else completely. Both manner, the potential outcome of this combat didn't appear too good. Okay. I understand. Hiding her genuine emotions, Tsuru helplessly stood in the back of as Gohan spun the Naibo around and were given into the Turtle College of Martial Arts fighting stance. During his long existence, he changed into the prized pupil of the Turtle Hermit, Master Roshi, and now, he die as one. Right here I come, Goku. It was then that Gohan could display the talents that made him called the God of Marines and the Hero of Heroes. With a single swing of his Naibo, a burst of high-speed wind-driven Uzuru Goku off of his feet and induced a big chunk of the whole island's surface to spontaneously combust. Gra! He then flexed his fist forward, using a sophisticated haki approach from Wano, Ryu, to land a couple of invisible blows at the giant monkey's chest. Goku's nostril and mouth gushed with blood as a result. I am sorry, my boy. This can all be over soon. Immediately afterwards, Gohan dashed from one place to the following the use of shave, a way that made the frame vanish because of transferring at fairly excessive speeds. He stuck sight of Goku's tail and went in for the kill, so to speak. He leapt into the air and spun his Naibo round, using its lengthened length to reduce the tail easy in half of. Regrettably, this plan failed to work a 2D time both. Goku stood returned up and stamped his foot instantly down onto Gohan's frame. The pain changed into indescribable, however Gohan, miraculously, held him again before all of his bones and muscle groups may be crushed. Godbind. Channeling golden haki into his very own arms, a big ring was launched from Gohan's fingers and stopped Goku's whole outstanding ape form in its tracks. Now, neither of them may want to pass a single inch, an awful lot to the young boy's clear chagrin and agony. Gra. Gra. I comprehend it hurts. It hurts me too, Goku. Extra than you realize. As blood oozed from his lips, Gohan glanced at both Garp and Sengo in frustration. What are you looking ahead to, boys? Take him down before it is too late. Daibutsu Sengo observed Gohan's modern function and his usage of the mythical Godbind method. Its strength became noteworthy for getting used towards Rox D. Zebek and his notorious pirate crew at God Valley many years in the past. But, grasp Gohan. If your grandson moves even an unmarried inch, you will, do not hesitate. Just do as I say. Both OFU. Garp toothily grins, hiding his own conflicted feelings in the direction of the situation. As you wish. We need to live within the second for the sake of the future. That's what you taught us, right, Gramps? Gohan nods. It really is right, Garp. Show me what you found out. Constructing up increasingly haki around himself, the hero of the Marines rocketed into the skies above Paozu Island. His fist was now lined in a celeb-like burst of pink strength as he ascended similarly. Wah ha 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 ha. He laughed. Goku, you damn brat. I will show you the authentic strength of the Marines and what you may in the future surpass. Watch intently. The whole island turned into now illuminated by a dazzling flash of crimson, fiery mild. Sengo and Tsuru needed to cowl their eyes just to get a more in-depth observe it. This is focused on your destiny. Son D of Goku. Gra. Goku persisted, struggling to break out of the Godbind, however Gohan's preserve was far too sturdy. The old guy, with tears in his eyes and a heavy coronary heart, smiled at the only issue that introduced him authentic happiness in lifestyles. Do not blame yourself for what happened this night, my boy. Until the very cease, it changed into an honor to be your grandfather and watch you develop. After Garp's assault reached its zenith within the air, he accrued greater haki into his hand and seemingly became one with the nighttime sky's many stars. Galaxy. His velocity became now so speedy that his whole body descended back to the earth like a falling meteorite. However, in preference to the floor, he DB landing right on top of Goku's head as a notable ape sharing one ultimate look at Goku. His grandfather thought about all of the instances they spent collectively, those beyond 6 years. He lived an extended, once-in-a-while painful lifestyles, however the one's days have been, by a ways, the maximum worthwhile for him. That even protected the day he fell down and hit his head. Unfortunately, he would not have the ability to mention any of these items to Goku himself. I really like you. Impact! Garp's fist rocketed downward, sending out a unique, combustive burst of haki that exploded upon direct contact with the younger Uzuru. Galaxy impact right away shattered Gohan's Godbind as well, inflicting his frame to be overwhelmed underneath Goku's foot as they were each forcibly pushed into the ground with none room for resistance. Like a nuclear warhead, the resulting shockwave exploded the whole lot situated around Mr. Paozu and past. Sengo, happily, stood over Tsuru in time, so neither of them would be sufferers of the masterful assault's strength. Garp's other nickname, Garp the Fist, became actual well-earned in this case. Gra! Gohan! Tsuru screamed with a few stray tears in her eyes. No. It wasn't he presupposed to stop this manner. Sengo lowly growled through his clenched teeth. For a few moments, the whole lot of Paozu Island persevered to be leveled with the aid of Garp's signature move. He remained afloat, gritting his tooth with sparkling tears building in his eyes. He held no feel of victory over what came about. Damn it. Why did not I going for the stupid tail? The whole lot at Paozu, extra time, went again to everyday once some stray clouds forged themselves over the entire moon. The mountain and its surrounding jungles were ravaged past foreseeable restore, however nothing else was harmed. All that would be visible while the smoke cleared have been Goku's small, bare body and Gohan's slightly aware shape. His palms, legs, and chest were beaten to bits due to Uzuru's extra body weight. His head, together with the army blue fedora he usually wore, were the simplest elements that didn't experience any harm or harm. Sparkling blood trickled down his chin as he quietly attempted to maintain respiration. His grandson rested atop his belly, but he could not even circulate his frame round to peer if the boy changed into all right. He was, unquestionably, crippled by using all senses of the word. Happily, his Naibo didn't enjoy any excellent damages either. It was a long way too long-lasting to be destroyed, even through the strongest of Haki-based attacks. In fact, it might have even absorbed a number of the Haki positioned into Garp's galaxy effect. Goku Gohan softly croaked. Despite the fact that burnt to a crisp, the kid's monkey tail still remained intact. I'm so happy you are secure. I will relaxation now. Garp right now descended, returned to the surface and ran to his mentor's useful resource. Sengo did the equal after reverting again to his everyday, human shape. Tsuru, however, couldn't carry herself to examine the vintage man in such terrible circumstance. TSK. Live with us, Gohan. It's now not it's slow to head yet, damn it. The hero of the Marines cried whilst powerfully slamming a fist into the ground. Oh ho ho. Don't you move blaming yourself too, Garp. That is Sengo's forte, why should not I blame myself? It became my damn method that did this to you. Tsuru bit her lower lip. Garp, you fool, the most effective fool right here is him, Tsuru. Sengo glowered and glared down at Gohan's face with tightly clenched enamel. You reckless, stubborn antique guy. In case you had simply used the Godbind a few seconds in advance, Goku would not were able to overwhelm your fragile frame to this quantity. Why did you hesitate? Inform me. Gohan paused for a second to acquire his mind. He turned into awaiting this kind of response from the three, but now not for this situation, especially. To tell you the truth, my health changed into already deteriorating at a rapid charge, Sengo. I likely wouldn't have plenty time left in this international, although Goku's transformation in no way occurred. Garp, admittedly, regarded a chunk greatly surprised. What? How ought you maintain that from us, you silly geezer? We could have given you remedy. Sengo's the fleet admiral and has get right of entry to the one's assets. Wouldn't have mattered, Garp. A part of me died that day lower back in Ohara. I'd have given up on this life lot sooner if now not for my little boy showing up right here. The old guy responded with a small grin. So what better manner for a former god to go out than in a blaze of glory related to my very own scholar and grandson? Quite a poetic passing of the torch moment, do not you observed? Passing of the torch. Thinking about over these phrases, Garp gripped his arms tight sufficient to attract blood and appeared down at him in anger. You fool. Gohan's heartbeat then slowed to an almost non-existent tempo. It became hard to maintain his eyes open at that factor. He used what little electricity became left to well-known his 3 college students. Garp Tsuru Sengo, there may be now not much else I will say, but he chokes lower back a bit with tears in his eyes. Please do the entirety on your strength to raise Goku in my location. All I ask is that he stays free to turn out to be a first-rate pressure for exact on this cruel, sorrowful international we stay in. And when the time comes for the boy to set off on his very own at 17 or a little older, make sure he does it as a pirate. The 3 widened their eyes in surprise. As Marines, this very last request could move towards the whole thing they stood for. It changed into difficult not to be in opposition to it. A pirate. You are asking us to come to be his enemy inside the future, Gohan. How ought to we probably allow that appear? Sengo yelled. Tsuru then picked up Goku's sleeping shape and lightly cradled him in her palms. Genuine freedom, as much as it pains me to admit, lies in piracy, Sengo. Goku's lifestyles may be below constant supervision if he joins the army. I do not wish for a boy this harmless, being concerned, and heat-hearted to be held lower back by using such restrictions. It could be excellent for us to recognize our mentor's dying desires and watch for the future to decide his fate. The fleet admiral grimaced. What destiny? As a pirate, he's going to haven to any destiny. His death might as properly be preordained. Gohan shook his head in war of words. Do not be so positive, Sengo. You can no longer assume lots of the boy now. However, with time, I understand he will reap terrific things on this life and grow some distance stronger than ever before. One day, he might also even result in some a whole lot wished alternate to this global and end up the light shining down on a modern one. The retired vice admiral then shared one last smile earlier than definitively last his eyes for excellent. His time on this global had reached its quit. A brand new international in which anybody may be unfastened. Upon collapsing onto the floor, Gohan blew out his final breath and handed away. His body looked non-violent, but numb on the identical time. A few stray tears constructed up in Goku's eyes as he persevered to stay subconscious. Wake up, Gramps! We weren't accomplished, speak me. Gramps! Garp yelled in a combination of rage and soreness. Master Gohan! Tsuru couldn't deliver herself to say something in any respect. She used the wash fruit to cleanse Gohan's frame of its injuries and formally laid his body to relaxation. She then did the identical for Goku and accumulated his grandfather's blue fedora for him. That single hat, alongside the Naobo, had been all the boy had left to do. Not forget him through the wonderful personnel officer then brushed Goku's black, spiky bangs away from his forehead and frowned. What should we do now? Sengo sighed, suffering to drag himself collectively emotionally. We simply do as Gohan asked and admire his desires. In honor of the entirety he has finished for the Marines, we owe him that tons. Keep the personnel and hat with Goku, and we're going to hand him to me, Tsuru. I'll take care of him any further. Garp interjected from the sidelines. You? What type of comic story are you trying to pull right here, Garp? He boldly jerked a thumb at himself in response and stood his floor. There was a fierce glint in his black eyes. If you need your ears wiped clean, Gramps, pass me the torch to elevate and educate Goku. I'm partly responsible for inflicting his demise, so I have to make up for that truth in any way I can, and in case you do not adore it, Sengo, then difficult crap. Garp fumed. I will be bringing him over to Fushou village in the East Blue. My grandson's already dwelling there, so he'll be safe for the subsequent numerous years, at least. There is lots of spots in which he can continue his education too. Tsuru raised an eyebrow. On Dawn Island? But this is to date. Sengo adjusted the position of his glasses, now not even having the electricity to rebuke Garp's concept. He felt worn out and hollow after experiencing this entire, tragic scenario firsthand. Do as you want. There may be nothing left for the kid here. It'll only serve to be a awful reminiscence for him. The fleet admiral murmured aloud. I will continue to hold Goku's lifestyles unknown to the sector authorities. If Gohan's loss of life gets out come what may, I will create a bounty for the beast that beaten him and departed that. No other information will be shared. You have my phrase on that. Garp clicked his tongue. He didn't anticipate Sengo to behave this complacent. And will your pride as the fleet admiral even can help you do this? My pride as Sengo's body then commenced to tremble as he eventually broke down crying in frustration. Liquid continued to leak from his eyes and nostrils as a end result. My delight as son D. Gohan's pupil is far greater vital now. Garp sported a neutral expression and closed his personal watery eyes. I see. Afterwards, even as Tsuru watched over Goku and wrapped him in a blanket, her fellow Marines dug a right grave for Gohan. It was located next to the broken remains of his hut. A single cross crafted from thin, timber planks changed into constructed atop it. The three gave him a moment of silence before preparing to head their separate approaches so Tsuru and Sengo could return to Marineford inside the Grand Line at the same time as Garp would take the lengthy, tedious trek lower back to Dawn Island within the East Blue. Goku nevertheless hadn't woken up yet, so he'd possibly still be asleep when they reached Fushou village. Deal with him, Garp. Tsuru said even as handing the boy over to her fellow Marine. She glared at him to make her commentary more extreme. I'll make you sorry if whatever takes place to him. Yeah. I am getting it already. Sengo then walked up to him and tossed an orange ball into his free hand. Garp looked at in confusion. What is this, Sengo? A toy? Not too certain myself. However anything this ball is, Gohan ought to have wanted to recognize greater approximately it. It's all that remains of his home. The Fleet Admiral explained. Give it to Goku whilst he wakes up. I doubt it'll have a great deal use for the world government, so his grandson can also as properly keep it as a memento of types. Garp got a more in-depth observe the ball with 4 red stars on it. It vividly glowed with yellow energy for a few seconds earlier than becoming inactive once more. Peculiar-looking aspect, however Gramps became an oddball himself, to be truthful. He shrugged his shoulders. I mean, that entire rattling speech approximately Goku growing a brand new, free international became kinda cryptic, don't you suspect? Sengo pinched the bridge of his nostril. Focus on what is simply crucial, Garp. Simply get Goku to Fushou village and resume his education as soon as viable. He ordered in an authoritative tone. And maybe take away the one's thoughts about committing piracy if you can. Gohan may additionally have desired the boy to forge his personal direction in life, however that does not imply it cannot be molded and changed for the higher no want to kingdom the obvious. I intend to do simply that. Nodding his head, Sengo and Tsuru formally spark off on their own ships, and left Paozu Island in the back of. All that remained were Garp, the sound asleep Goku, and the bizarre for famous person ball. He then wrapped the Naibo-S holster round his shoulders and temporarily wore Gohan-S blue fedora. That they had each be left in Goku-S care as soon as he came of age and completed his training as a Haki user. Garp appeared over at his face in uncertainty. The boy was a completely separate species from him, yet acted much like any everyday infant. It made him wonder what this Uzuru shape exactly turned into. It wasn't he the end result of some unknown devil fruit, at least. Ace, Luffy, and now Goku. I am certain as hell going to have my hands complete soon. Bwahahaha. Letting out one remaining hardy snort, the hero of the Marines walked again over to his boat with Goku in tow. It changed into a larger-than-average marine deliver with more than 1 snails and an apparent canine topic happening. A canine with a bone in its mouth was the figurehead, its crow nests had been formed like doghouses, and each sail has masts formed like canine paws. The front sail also had the call, HQ-03, written in ambitious black textual content. Garp carried Goku into this boat, set him on one of the beds contained in it, and, in the end, set sail for the East Blue. It did take some time to traverse the Grand Line from west to east, however by way of doing so, a newer part of the younger monkey-tailed boy's lifestyles might begin there. He'd inevitably meet Garp's grandsons and find out about their own similar goals to grow to be notable, robust pirates at some point. Approximately a week later, May 16, 1509, Garp, using his ship's sea prism stone lining, managed to successfully enter and traverse the calm belt from Paozu Island. This strange, diamond-like material was similar to the sea itself, so any sea kings, or Neptunians, would be less likely to attack while swimming underneath. It took a number of days to reach Mary Geois, but Goku, oddly enough, still hadn't woken up yet. The Vice Admiral wondered if it was a result of the excess force put into his Galaxy Impact-S Haki. That or, perhaps, the subconscious trauma he felt over Gohan-S death. Either way, Goku was going to be in for a rude awakening sometime soon. He was thankful it didn't happen while they were in the world government's capital, or else some arrogant celestial dragons would have tried making the monkey-tailed boy their pet. He simply gained permission to enter the other half of the Grand Line and went on his merry way. That was one of the many perks of being a powerful, law-abiding Marine. Anyone else, namely pirates, would need to sail underneath the Red Line and visit Fishman Island to cross over. It was a pain, but the expected cost of going against the side of justice. Hours continued to pass on until, finally, Garp steered his marine ship toward the East Blue. He then sailed northward in the direction of Dawn Island, where Fushou Village, his original home, would be found. The winds weren't too violent or erratic at this time of day, so Garp sat in a chair and sighed aloud to himself. It was still hard to believe that Gohan finally died. As a kid, He once thought the former vice admiral was invincible, someone who could never be defeated in battle. It was, in hindsight, a rather naive way of thinking to have. Where ha ha ha. I sure was a little dumbass back then. He lightly chuckled in a self-deprecating way. Wonder if Goku thought that about his grandpa too before all of this happened. Grimacing in vivid recollection of the past, Garp heard some noise coming from the ship's quarters. He turned around to see Gohan's 6-year-old grandson walk outside. Yawning, the boy rubbed his eyes and looked around from side to side in confusion. He appeared to have no memory of what took place on Paozu Island. HMPH, look who's finally awake. Garp pa? What's going on? Goku groggily asked. His monkey tail slightly twitched about to match his current mood. Why aren't we on Mount Paozu? Where's Grandpa? Garp clenched down on his teeth, trying to remain strong for both the boy's sake and his own. He got up from his seat, got down on one knee, and clasped Goku's shoulders. He took a deep, almost shallow breath before speaking. Your grandpa Gohan is gone. He left you in my care due to unfortunate circumstances, so I'm afraid you won't be seeing Paozu again for quite some time. Sorry. Goku tilted his head to the side. He didn't seem to understand what the old man was getting at. Oh, so he's sick, right? Grandpa said his chest was hurting yesterday. Granny Tsuru and old man Sengo must be doing something to make him all better. That is it. He assumed with a hopeful smile on his face. Not sure why you have his hat and Naibo, though. Is he coming back for those when the hero of the Marines could no longer contain his emotions? He powerfully slammed a fist into the ground, causing Goku to flinch in surprise. Garp pa, your grandpa is gone, brat. Don't you get it? Garp glowered as his body began to shake. He's dead. And he's never coming back. Goku's eyes widened. His worst nightmare was taking place and he didn't even know how it happened or why. Dead? No, you're lying, Garp pa. Grandpa said he'd always be there for me. He wouldn't leave me like. Garp roughly pressed his forehead against Goku's. With fully narrowed eyes and clamped teeth, he showed the boy that he was being 100% honest about this news. I'm sorry, Goku. We couldn't save him. There's nothing you, me, Tsuru, or even Sengo could have done. Gohan's gone. It was then that fresh tears built up in the child's eyes. They streaked down his cheeks and hit the marine ship's floorboards like falling rain. A dark shadow was cast over Garp's face as he could nothing to comfort him. Even as the hero of Marines, he felt almost completely powerless in this situation. No. Why, Grandpa? Why do you have to go? Goku then stood in place and bawled his eyes out. The once joyful smile on his face was nowhere to be seen at this point. It was anyone's guess when he'd be able to smile like that again. Wah! Grandpa! For the next several minutes, Goku continued to mourn his beloved grandfather's death. It felt like a piece of his heart had been ripped out and shattered to tiny pieces. It was a traumatic experience no 6-year-old should have had to deal with. To stop these tears from shedding any further, Garp placed Gohan's blue fedora atop his grandson's head. It didn't quite fit yet, but nonetheless, Goku hung it over his face and gripped its brim with both hands. Dry your eyes, brat. Would someone who wishes to become the strongest pirate in the world break down and cry like this? Goku sniffled. No, but nothing. Any strong warrior worth a damn, whether they be a pirate or marine, laughs in the face of despair. Where ha ha ha. Like that. Garp proclaimed with newfound vigor. That's what the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, was like anyway before and after he found the One Piece. He even faced death with a smile. The monkey-tailed boy slightly wiped away his tears. The Pirate King? Really? So if you want to make your grandfather proud, keep fighting, brat. Use what happened to drive you even further towards your dreams. After all, the One Piece isn't going to find itself, is it? At this point, Goku had long stopped crying. He lifted up Gohan's hat and wore it with renewed confidence. It even fit around his head a little better too. You're right, Garp pa. I'll become the strongest pirate in the world no matter what. And I'll do it all for Grandpa," the boy proclaimed with utmost determination. "I'll just laugh when things get extra tough too. No more crying like a baby. Bwah ha ha ha, that's the spirit, Goku. Bwah ha ha ha." As the two took some time to laugh and reminisce over their time spent with Gohan, Garp suddenly realized an important detail. He looked down to see that Goku, unfortunately, still wasn't wearing any clothes. "You might want to change before we leave the ship." Goku stroked his cheek in slight embarrassment. "Oops. I didn't even notice." The Vice Admiral then gave an exact copy of the outfit he wore before transforming into an Uzuru. It was torn in a few places, but admittedly, that was all that could be salvaged from Gohan's destroyed hut. Once he finally got changed, Goku hung along the side of the ship in curiosity. "Wow. This is really the East Blue, huh? Never thought I'd get to see a whole other part of the world so soon. Well, get used to it. It'll be your new home as soon as we reach Fusha village." Fusha sounded like a funny name to him, but he didn't say anything in case Garp decided to lash out and perform another fist of love. Those love taps ended up hurting far more than the technique's name implied. "What is it like there, anyway, Garp Pa?" "Rather peaceful. It's a small port town known for its many windmills, hence the name, Fusha, which roughly translates to that," Garp described from memory. "Mount Corvo is a lot like Mount Paozu too, so who knows? You may enjoy that part of the village. Sounds nice, but I don't know if it'll be as good as home was, though." "Don't think like that, idiot. A true home comes from the people you form a close connection with. Give it some time and maybe Fusha village will be that way for you, eventually. That's how it worked out for my brat of a grandson, at least." Goku's face perked up a little in response to this statement. "Eh? You have a grandson, Garp Pa?" Garp smirked. Thinking about Luffy and Ace was enough to make him smile even wider. He had a feeling they'd both get along with Goku just fine. "Well, technically I have too." Approximately a few hours later, the two slowly but surely managed to reach Fusha village's port with relative ease. Located due east of the Goa Kingdom's capital, the village, as Garp described, comprised of multiple windmills and many wooden, rural-style houses. It was also quite spacious and filled with many green pastures that matched Mount Corvo's appearance rather nicely. Not much happened in Fusha overall, apart from some attacks by mountain bandits living in Kalubo itself or visiting pirates. Such events, though, were not common by any means. The villagers didn't seem to mind living there, regardless. As soon as Garp's ship was parked near the harbor, everyone in the village immediately recognized it. He had visited multiple times to check in on Luffy and Ace every so often, but this particular appearance came to them by surprise. He originally wasn't going to stop at Dawn Island for another few weeks or maybe a month. Garp sighed and motioned for Goku to follow him off the boat. The boy curiously looked at Fusha village's residents in awe. He had never seen so many people living in one place before. All Paozu Island really had was his grandpa, some dinosaurs, and other animals who lived nearby. There were also the occasional visits from Sengo, Tsuru, Garp, and, every so often, Dr. Vegapunk too, of course. "Wow. You were right about there being a bunch of windmills here, Garp Pa. The name really does fit. HMPH. That's all this lukewarm village has going for it, I'm afraid." Garp snorted. He then inspected the large group of Fusha village's townspeople. "All right. Where's Whoop Slap? Tell him to get his wrinkly old butt out here. Keep your shirt on, Garp." "I'm coming." The mayor of Fusha village, Whoop Slap, was a short, skinny old man with yellow spectacles, a cleft chin, and grey hair. His hat and pants had beige-burgundy stripes while his tropical t-shirt was a golden yellow color. In addition to wearing green shoes, he used a wooden cane to help him walk around with. He slowly hobbled himself over to Garp and glared up at him in annoyance. "What is it this time? Planning to send Luffy into the jungle by himself again?" In response, the Vice Admiral smirked and simply jerked a thumb down at Goku. Whoop Slap quirked a brow in puzzlement. Garp didn't mention anything about another kid being put under his care. "Who's the boy? And what's with that fuzzy brown thing sticking out of his back?" "Oh, that's just my tail, sir. I was born with it." Goku, much to everyone's shock, then slightly pulled on the monkey tail to show that it wouldn't come off. See? The mayor's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets upon seeing such a spectacle take place. He had seen a lot of weird stuff happen on Dawn Island, but this really took the cake. Is he some kind of freak? My name's not Freak. It's Son D. Goku. The boy obliviously said. You can just call me Goku for short, though, old-timer. Everyone, including Whoop Slap, gasped after hearing his full name. Even a secluded area like Fushal Village was aware of the great Vice Admiral Gohan's various exploits and achievements. Garp not being able to shut up about his old mentor helped with that too. Then is this kid? Yep. He's Gohan's grandson, all right. The hero of the Marines affirmed with a single nod of his head. Don't ask me where the monkey tail comes from, but the brat wasn't lying about him being born with it. He then leaned close to Whoop Slap's ear with a more somber, serious expression on his face. Gohan just died not even a week ago, so I need you to do me a favor and take care of Goku while I'm gone. I'll visit occasionally to help train him and Luffy when I have the time. Whoop Slap sympathetically glanced over at the young boy as he smiled and waved at the other villagers without a care in the world. It was hard to believe that Goku could overcome such a traumatic event so quickly. I don't know, Garp. I feel bad for the kid, don't get me wrong, but Luffy's already a handful as is. Not to mention how Ace has gotten under Daiden's care. Goku's well behaved for his age. Although he's kind of a punch drunk, moron, Gohan raised him well and taught him proper manners whatever that may be. Garp replied offhandedly. Speaking of which, where is my grandson, anyway? As if speaking of the devil himself, 4-year-old monkey D. Luffy ran out of a local tavern, Party's Bar, with some excess food in his mouth. He had short black hair reminiscent of Garp's, wore a white t-shirt with the word anchor written in its center, and had a red pair of shorts. His feet were covered by peach-colored sandals as well. The boy rudely chewed with his mouth wide open and swallowed the food in one single gulp. He then looked up at his grandpa with a blank, neutral expression. Eh? When did you get here, Gramps? Garp then proceeded to bonk him on the head, causing Luffy to cry out in pain. Is that any way to greet your dear old grandpa, you little idiot? Ow! You didn't have to hit me so hard. You're so mean. Goku blinked a few times in surprise. Apparently, he wasn't the only one Garp punished with his fist of love type punch. He couldn't tell if he should relieved by that fact or the exact opposite. Sorry about that, Garp. Luffy caught a glimpse of your ship and thought some pirates were paying a visit. Following close behind Luffy was Party's Bar's owner and waitress, Makino. She was a beautiful, kind-hearted 16-year-old girl with brown eyes and long dark green hair tied down into a ponytail. She had a light orange kerchief with orange stripes, a blouse of the same color with black sleeves, and a long white dress that covered her legs. She also wore orange sneakers with white laces and soles. Makino blew out a sigh and shook her head at Luffy's behavior. I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. I asked myself the same question, Makino. Garp grumbled to himself. He then grabbed a hold of Goku's arm and shoved him forward. This is Goku, in case you're wondering. He's my mentor's grandson. Gulping a little at Makino's youthful appearance, the young martial artist bowed to her in a respectful manner. This action, unintentionally, caused Gohan's blue fedora to cover the upper half of his face due to its larger size. It did take a while for him to grow into it. Nice to meet you, miss. The bartender giggled at Goku's goofy yet polite attitude. She then crouched down so she could be eye level with the short, pudgy child. You can just call me Makino, Goku. No need to be so formal, she said kindly. But I'm glad you have such good manners. Your grandpa must have raised you well. He. Yep. He always taught me to treat girls with kindness and respect. Goku chuckled while holding both elbows up behind his head. His expression then soured somewhat, remembering a certain childhood friend of his. Although, before now, the only girls I met were Granny Tsuru and Ua Kujaku. Makino tilted her head to the side. Kujaku? Tsuru's granddaughter. She's a bit of a wild child, especially around this dense knucklehead. Where ha. Garp laughed in amusement. Kujaku wouldn't leave the boy out of her sight the last time she came to Paozu Island, despite her grandma's many protests. She had a fascination with whipping him for some reason, not too surprised by that. You seem like quite the charmer so far, Goku. You think so? Luffy carelessly picked his nose while looking at Goku from top to bottom. He didn't look that impressed, to say the least. He looks kinda dumb to me. Garp proceeded to slam a fist on top of his head. This time, he used even more force. You're the last one who should be calling anyone else dumb, Luffy. Luffy winced and held the now pulsating bruise where Garp's fist landed. Goku merely laughed at this rude comment and brushed it off without getting upset. Hee. You're right. I am pretty dumb, he bluntly exclaimed with a grin. But that won't matter once I get stronger and become the best pirate ever. Smarts won't matter when I'm free to do whatever I want. Hee. Luffy's mouth hung agape. The best pirate? And free to do whatever you want? Garp facepalmed. What kind of backwards philosophy is that? Even the strong need to be intelligent, Goku. You're besmirching Gohan's whole damn legacy with that kind of talk. I'm not. Grandpa wanted me to have as much freedom as possible. That's what being a pirate leads to. Luffy, now changing his opinion of Goku, smiled from ear to ear and laughed aloud. Shishishi. That sounds like a lot of fun. I want to be a pirate too, Goku. Really? Great. Then we can do it together, Luffy. Afterwards, the two boys shook their hands and goofily smiled at each other. Makino couldn't help but grin at how fast they became friends. She had a feeling they'd be good influences on one another. Whoop slap, meanwhile, pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He bared his teeth, pointing at Goku and Luffy accusatively. Do something about this, Garp. If Goku really is staying here, we can't allow both of them to become pirates. That'd make the village look bad. Don't you think I know that? Ace and them could become the greatest naval officers in history if they set their mind to it. But now, they're corrupted with thoughts of committing piracy like damned suicidal fools. The hero of the Marine side in defeat. But unfortunately, to honor Gohan's wishes, I encouraged Goku to keep that pipe dream alive. It's the only way I could get him to stop crying back on my ship. Makino held a hand over her mouth. You mean he's all alone? Yes. Gohan was the only family he ever knew or had. Thus, having Goku live here with Luffy was all I could think to do with him. Any other option could lead to him being treated like an outcast due to his monkey tail. Party's bar's owner grimaced. Since she had some prior experience taking care of Luffy, doing the same for Goku wouldn't be too much different. The 6-year-old was likely in desperate need of some emotional support at this point. Don't worry about it. I'll look after him, Garp. Whoop slap didn't expect her to say something like that. But you're only 16, Makino. And you have a business to run. I don't mind, Mayor. If there's any major issues around the bar, I can get Goku to help me out. I'm sure he's a fast learner. Makino beamed while ever so slightly winking at the small boy. Plus, it'd be nice to have some extra company while Luffy's off doing whatever he does in the jungle. It's called training, Makino. You don't get the type of hard work men like us do. Luffy snapped with puffed up cheeks. Ooh? We're both still kids, Luffy. Makino giggled. Guess I don't understand. Teehee. Garp slumped his shoulders. Despite Fusha Village's peaceful, mundane environment, he was banking on Goku helping Luffy train in the jungles near Mount Corvo. He had already survived Paozu's prehistoric wildlife just fine, so the animals native to Dawn Island would be a cakewalk. However, Garp's main concern was training Goku to take control of his monstrous Uzuru transformation. The Vice Admiral wasn't certain how he'd go about it, but it'd be necessary for his future adventures as a pirate or marine if he was coerced into changing his mind somehow. Being able to transform into that beast at will would do wonders for his proficiency as a Haki user later on. He'd just have to keep the boy's involvement with Gohan's death a secret. Goku wouldn't be able to forgive himself for killing the closest thing he had to a father. It'd be better for him to find out years later, rather than now. I wonder if I should lie and say his powers are a result of some rare devil fruit. Maybe the monkey fruit, model, surugami. His Uzaru form was big enough to be mistaken for that type of creature, at least. He then shook his head and stood up straight. He'd need to report back to the Navy's headquarters, Marine Ford, before doing anything else. Sengo and Saru would likely want to know how Goku is doing. Welp, I'll have to get going now. The life of a vice admiral doesn't leave too much room for rest. Bwah-ha-ha. After laughing, Garp cleared his throat and handed the boy 2 items. One was the Naibo, or power pole, while the other was Gohan's mysterious orange ball. Take these with you, Goku. Gleefully smiling, he wrapped the Naibo's holster around his right shoulder. The strange ball, meanwhile, was securely resting in his left hand. Oh, the Naibo and whatever this full-star ball thing is. Luffy stared at the glowing orb in bewilderment. He also played around with his reflection in its glossy surface, much to Garp's dismay. Any idea what it is, Gramps? Not a clue. I didn't even know Gohan had it in his possession until recently. Grandpa always used to pray to it every night for some reason. Never understood why, though. Luffy scratched his head like a monkey. Maybe he liked how shiny it looked. Goku then instinctively repeated this same gesture. I don't know. Guess it's a mystery then. It's a mystery that you 2 buffoons weren't raised by apes. Weep Slap grunted under his breath. You've really got our work cut out for us this time, Garp. Luffy was one thing, but now you brought us another kid who acts just like him. It's like they're looking in a mirror. I say that's a good thing. Luffy will be less inclined to cause trouble if he has a friend like Goku to hang out with. Makino pointed out, quite true, but they could also be double the usual trouble and have even double the appetite. No use complaining, Whoop Slap. Yes, your problem now. Bwah-ha-ha-ha. Garp buoyantly laughed in an almost sadistic tone. But in all seriousness, please look after Goku and keep Luffy out of trouble. I'll be back to resume their training as soon as I can. He then boarded his marine ship again and, with little time left to spare, set sail away from Fusha Village's port. Goku, Luffy, and the villagers all waved him farewell. CYA, Gramps. Don't die out there. Bye, Garp Pa. Thanks for the help. Taking one last look at the blue fedora resting on Goku's head, Garp could have sworn he saw Gohan's spirit bidding him goodbye one last time. It then vanished as soon as it appeared, causing Garp to bite down on his own teeth in greater sadness. He wouldn't let anyone, especially Fusha Village's inhabitants, see the great hero of the Marines get emotional like this. He crossed his arms and quickly replaced his grimace with a wide, toothy grin. Luffy. Goku. You better not slack off while I am gone, you damn brats. Don't fall back on your training and keep getting stronger. Goku and Luffy both nodded their heads in determination. Gohan's adoptive grandson, in particular, was more eager to train and break past his limits than ever before. He knew his grandpa wouldn't tolerate anything less. I will. I'll even surpass Grandpa one day. You'll see. Luffy, despite not knowing much about Gohan himself, raised his arms up and cheered. Yeah. What he said. We're both gonna be super strong pirates. And way stronger than any boring old marine could ever be. That comment only served to pinch a nerve inside Garp's head. He ever so slightly exuded a bit of Conqueror's haki and launched it from his ship in the form of high-speed winds. You idiot. Don't make me come back there and beat some sense into you, Luffy. His anger was then, once again, replaced with laughter. Bwah-ha-ha-ha. Take care, you too. Once Garp's marine ship was officially out of sight, everyone in the village went back to what they were doing beforehand. Whoop Slap, Makino, Luffy, and Goku were all who remained at the ship's wooden dock. Luffy glanced down at Goku's backside in childlike amazement. So your tail's actually real? It doesn't come off? Yup. Grandpa said I was born with it, so ripping it off would kinda be like ripping off one of my arms, I guess. Hee. Man, I wish I had one. Garp's grandson muttered disappointedly. Hearing this odd response, Whoop Slap sighed and made his way back to the village himself. He'd probably need to lay down for a while to cope with Fusha's new citizen. Well, looks like they're your responsibility now, Makino. Make sure those 2 little rascals behave themselves. Easier said than done, Whoop Slap, but I'll try my best. Hee. the young bartender exclaimed with yet another smile etched on her lips. Continuing to groan over his unfortunate luck, the elderly mayor went back to his own home without another word. Makino rested a hand on her chin and glanced from Luffy to Goku. The two kids shared the same neutral, doe-eyed expression, much to her amusement. You must be hungry, Goku. How about I cook you boys something to eat at Party's bar? It'll be my treat, meat. Luffy simply cried out. Goku smiled the same way. That sounds great. Thanks, Miss Makino. My pleasure. I'll show you the way there. The three walked through another part of Fusho Village until they reached Party's bar. The bar was a large building with its logo written in painted, sky blue text and its swaying doors styled like that of a Western saloon S. A sculpted white beer mug was additionally placed outside the entrance and right next to some small planets. Looks neat. Goku beamed. He then noticed the funny look Makino was giving him. Is there something on my face? It's your hat. Until it fits around your head, you may need to wear it some other way. Goku took the blue fedora off his head to inspect it. Even he could tell it wasn't meant to be worn by a 6-year-old. Guess you're right. Yeah, she is. It might fly off if you decide to fight anyone tough. Luffy nodded. And it's your grandpa's, so I don't think you want to lose it, eh? The boy pouted a little and clutched the brim of his grandpa's hat forlornly. Makino's heart was about to break seeing how sad he had gotten, so she came up with an idea. Wait right here, boys. The 16-year-old then brushed her dark green hair and walked inside Party's bar. Luffy and Goku were surprised to hear a few loud noises coming from inside. What do you think she's doing? Luffy shrugged his shoulders. Beats me. After a few short minutes, Makino came back outside with a sewing needle and a spool of black string. It matched well with Goku's fedora. Can I borrow your hat for a second? Goku held it away from her at first. I don't know. She gazed at him with loving, empathetic brown eyes and smiled at him. You can trust me with it, Goku. I just want to help. Giving her statement some thought, the boy blushed a little in embarrassment and slowly gave the fedora to her. She then carefully sewed a long piece of string into the hat and tied each end together. The hat, thankfully, wasn't damaged at all by this process. Exuding pride over her handiwork, Makino placed the string around Goku's head and neck. He could now wear the old fedora without needing to place it on his head. It was a temporary solution to this issue, but a helpful one nonetheless. There. Now, you can keep it by your side anytime you want. Pretty nice, HM? The boy was stunned speechless. Overcome with happiness, Goku leapt toward Makino and hugged her body as tight as possible. Thank you so much. You're the best, Makino, Luffy chuckled. Shishishi. Yeah, she is. The bartender, admittedly, was taken aback by this hug, but she didn't mind returning in it. She simply closed her eyes, patted Goku's back, and smiled from ear to ear. Hee. You're welcome. She then parted from their embrace and gestured to the entrance. Enough talk, though. Let us get some food in your bellies, okay? Don't have to tell me twice. You can put the bill on my treasure tab. Luffy said. Goku quirked a brow. Treasure tab? What is that? Don't worry about it. Your meals are on the house, boys. I'm the owner, so it's no problem for me. Luffy and Goku both proceeded to smile excitedly. They couldn't wait to satisfy their near-bottomless stomachs with any food Makino was willing to cook. All right, at the end of the day, by nightfall, Makino was exhausted. She had underestimated how much food it would take to fulfill Goku's ravenous appetite. He ate so much that even Luffy couldn't keep up with him. That was a feat she never expected anyone to pull off, let alone a boy only 2 years older than Garp's grandson. Despite Party's bar being deprived of all its cooking supplies and ingredients by the end, she wasn't upset by it. Makino, in fact, enjoyed cooking for Goku and Luffy. Their goofy banter and eating habits were too adorable not to like. She also felt happy that Goku was starting to cheer up. The poor boy had gone through so much in one day's time, from his grandpa's death to being moved over to some place far different from his original home, Paozu Island. If anything, it was a miracle that he even had the strength to keep smiling. She certainly couldn't do that, at least, Now getting somewhat emotional, she stood at the bar and poured a glass of water for herself. She drank it and then caught sight of the two boys. Both of them had fallen fast asleep at the table earlier that night. To her delight, some drool leaked out of Luffy's mouth while snoozing away without a care in the world. Goku, unfortunately, did not look as peaceful. Stray tears fell from his eyes as he appeared to have a bad, yet quite somber dream about a certain someone. "Grandpa, don't go," he tiredly whimpered. "Don't leave me alone." Makino's eyes drooped. She then took some time to grab 2 spare blankets and pillows from the back of the bar, and set them down. After picking up Luffy and gently tucking him into one of them, she stared at Goku again. His condition, sadly, was starting to get worse. "Grandpa, please." Taking a tentative step towards him, Makino scooped the monkey-tailed child in her arms and hugged him close to her chest. She also thought it best to rub his back, much like her own mother used to do many years ago. "Sure. It's okay now, Goku. I'm here." Although fast asleep, Makino's soft, soothing voice brought up a suppressed memory inside Goku's subconscious. He couldn't make out her face or identity, but she had long, spiky black hair, black eyes, and a monkey tail like his own. It was likely a vivid recollection of the past that would dissipate by morning. Nevertheless, a single word was uttered from Goku's lips that he had no control over. Makino's caring nature simply had that effect on him. "Mama," the dark green-haired girl lightly gasped. She didn't know what to make of such an unexpected response, but it, in some way, made her smile. Even before turning 16, she always thought of being a mother one day. Maybe with Goku, a boy who recently lost his father figure, around, she'd have that chance. It could give her more a reason to spend time with him and Luffy, at least. Her smile deepened as she carefully tucked a blanket around Goku's small body. He was now sleeping right beside Luffy, albeit with some distance between their respective pillows. And to her relief, the tears in the young fedoraed boy's eye were fading away. They looked so peaceful. Makino then planted a soft kiss on Goku's forehead and Luffy's cheek. They both simultaneously rubbed it away in their sleep. She would expect no different from young boys their age. "Hard to believe both of them want to be pirates someday," she whispered to herself. Before heading to bed herself, she smiled back at them one last time. "Sweet dreams. I hope you two succeed." That rather eventful day was then brought to a close. For the next 2 years, Goku would continue to grow accustomed to his new home and his close friendship with Luffy. His bond with Makino, Whoop Slap, and the other inhabitants of Fushou Village would also grow all the more strong with time. Apart from his semi-annual training with Garp in the jungles of Mount Corvo, everything else remained quite peaceful. Things would change, however, with the appearance of legendary pirate captain, red-haired Shanks, and his equally infamous crew. Other members included Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yasop, and Shanks's adopted 9-year-old daughter, Yuta. By the year 1511, they would all decide to establish Fushou Village as their new base of operations for the foreseeable future. This event, in turn, would change the course of Goku and Luffy's own futures forever. 2 years later, Goku failed to exchange a good deal because he first came to Fushou Village. Continuing to put on his grandfather's blue fedora, the 12 months-old boy now sported a white tee blouse, small brown boots, and jade green shorts held up via a belt. The Naibo's holster was also hung alongside his right shoulder via a quick, tangy piece of rope. He would have preferred to preserve wearing his vintage martial arts gi, however Makino, unluckily, insisted that he put on a nicer variety of garments. Its tattered appearance and robust odor were also elements that contributed to this selection. The 18YR vintage bartender taking on more of a maternal function in Goku's life failed to harm either. She tended to dote on him greater than Luffy, in truth. Even the monkey-tailed infant himself turned into careworn by means of stated behavior. However, he, of Path, failed to seem to thoughts while Makino's scrumptious cooking became involved. Currently, Goku and the now 12 months antique Luffy were introduced to a secluded part of Dawn Island by Garp. It changed into a single grey rock surrounded by means of the waters of the East Blue, having just sufficient room for all three of them to stand on. The Vice Admiral wore an orange, collared blouse with white and purple plant life spread during, and black get-dressed pants. His short hair turned into still black, however, was starting to turn grey alongside his sideburns. He crossed one muscular arm over the opposite, looking at the boy's movements in evident dismay. Goku turned inside the technique of pulling his shorts down so he could stick his monkey tail in the water. It was instead embarrassing, but Garp didn't count on anything much less from his mentor's grandson. He would not be surprised if Gohan taught him a way to do that personally. "What's up, Luffy? Watch this." "Okay." Garp's own grandson spoke back. He began carrying a white t-shirt, purple shorts, and peach sandals. This shirt had a yellow X in its center, as opposed to the word anchor, like earlier than. "I'm looking massive, bro." Garp could not assist, but smirk hearing this reaction. As anticipated, Luffy had taken pretty a shine to Goku over these past years. They spent time collectively nearly each day, an awful lot to Whoop-Slap's chagrin. The quantity of mischief and damage they induced to Fusha village was nearly indescribable at this factor, yet everybody cared for them a notable deal, regardless. Makino, of Root, displayed those form of emotions the maximum. Parties bar, to her, wouldn't be everywhere near as energetic without their presences. "Very well. Here it comes," Goku muttered aloud. The usage of his tail as a entice, a giant piranha-like sea king swam up to the floor and bit down at the hairy appendage. Right as it clamped its fangs shut, the boy, even as instinctively utilizing observational haki, expected the giant fish's try to consume him entire and kicked it inside the side of the face. "Hi RUNGH. Its eyes bulged out in their sockets from pain because it grew limp and laid down on the rock, useless. Luffy regarded upon this spectacle in entire awe. His eyes widened while time and again glancing from Goku to the fish and returned. "Whoa. High quality. How do you try this, Goku?" He. "I name it tail fishing. I used to do it all the time again at Paozu Island." Goku defined. "Quite useful, huh?" Garp turned into similarly impressed, however for a far distinct purpose than his grandson. Even if its utilization become unintentional, he failed to expect a 9YR antique to select up on observational haki so easily. It showed that his efforts to educate the boy had been bearing fruit, albeit at a slower, steadier tempo than anticipated. If he maintains this up, gaining manage of that massive monkey shape of his may not be so impossible, in the end. Too horrific. Predicting the arrival of a full moon is a large ache within the scoffing to himself, the hero of the Marines glared over at Luffy. The 12 months old had just plopped down at the rock and pouted in an exaggerated way. "Actually useful. You're so lucky to have a tail. Wish I had one, eh? Don't be like that, Luffy. There may be sufficient of this little sea king for the each people, besides. It's gonna be pretty darn tasty as soon as Makino cooks it." He. "Shishishi. You're proper approximately that one, bro." Garp powerfully stomped down on the ground to get their attention. A small series of cracks regarded in the rock's floor as an end result. "You are no longer consuming anything till I say so, brat," the Vice Admiral shouted. "You may never grow to be a wonderful army soldier in case you keep skimping out on your education." Luffy frowned. "Who I said I'm gonna come to be a Navy soldier? TCH. Rattling fool. You're turning into the most powerful military soldier inside the global, whether or not you like it or not. No manner. I don't need to. The two people are going to be pirates, no longer Marines. Just receive it already," Garp Goku blankly said even as grabbing onto his fish. "I suggest, how else might I honor Grandpa's needs and live as freely as feasible?" Luffy enthusiastically nodded his head in agreement. He then jerked a thumb towards his chest. "Exactly. If we cannot live unfastened, we would as nicely be useless." "I agree, Luffy." Having enough in their idiotic responses, Garp speedily bonked every boy on the pinnacle with as an awful lot pressure as feasible. He made sure to infuse some haki into his fist simply to make this punishment even extra painful. "Ugh! You're going to end up useless with that sort of good judgment, morons." Goku and Luffy, as continually, grabbed onto their sparkling bruises in pain. They both cowered far away from Garp in an attempt to aid each other. Gah! Why do your punches constantly harm like this, Grandpa? HMPH. Because the reality hurts, Luffy. One day, you two will understand that joining the Marines is the proper path to take. Gohan might also have misplaced religion inside the global government, however Goku you can convey splendid changes to it as a Marine. You have already got excessive sufficient ability to accomplish that. Garp proclaimed in an almost pleading tone. All of you do. Each of you and Ace could be the strongest Marines who ever lived if handiest you place your minds far from being criminals. Pirates, in any case, hardly ever stay enough to even attain my age. Goku slowly rubbed the back of his head and winced. Irrespective of what the vintage man stated, he could never trade his thoughts and go returned on Gohan's desires. The arena's strongest Marine, in truth, could by no means be capable of reap the identical quantity of achievements or privileges as the strongest pirate. Gold Roger might also have ended up dwelling a shorter life than Garp, as an instance, however with the aid of finding the only peace and turning into the mythical Pirate King, it was a terrific one, nonetheless. It became no surprise he, supposedly, died with a grin on his face. The monkey-tailed boy desired him and Luffy to benefit that same stage of achievement at some point. It became her intention, no, dream, that he would not ever consider giving up on. I mean, I wasn't expecting to get that antique, anyway. He muttered with a carefree shrug of his shoulders. So long as I explore the whole world and achieve the entirety I wanna acquire, it doesn't count number while I'll turn out to be deaf. It really is not the rattling point. Do not you even realize what you're pronouncing proper now? Garp snarled. Luffy gave a thumbs up. It makes experience to me. The hero of the Marines pinched the bridge of his nostril, sighing lowly in defeat. In his antique age, there has been best so much stupidity and arrogance he may want to tolerate in the future. He need to go along with another approach afterward. I will get it through your thick skull sooner or later, brats. You will come round, eventually. Mark my words. Garp stubbornly grumbled. He then shook his head and glanced over at Goku's fish. Properly, I will be leaving Sunrise Island any second now. Take that Sea King over to Makino's bar and maintain an eye fixed on Luffy for me, okay? Yep. You obtain it, Garp Pa. Goku stated. Putting the large fish alongside his shoulder, he expertly hopped from one rock to any other till he reached a course main as much as Mount Corvo's jungles. I'll meet you again at Party's bar, okay, Luffy? I am gonna look around the jungle for a little bit. Tell Makino no longer to fear an excessive amount of at the same time as I'm gone. Luffy snickered. Hee. Simpler stated than executed. Be cautious, huge bro. Goku then smiled back at him and slowly dragged his new fish in opposition to the floor. Garp, in the meantime, deadpanned at this abrupt departure. He would have smacked him upside the pinnacle if the boy failed to go away so rapid. I inform him to preserve an eye fixed on Luffy, and the primary component he does is leave him alone. It is a stage of density only Master Gohan may want to pass on to him. Rolling his eyes, he grabbed a hold of Luffy's arm and tossed him across the water. The boy soared into the air and flopped lower back onto dry land with a incredibly painful smack. He wasn't seriously injured or whatever, but the careless movement nevertheless caught him through surprise. Ow! What changed into that for, Gramps? Hard it out and discover your own manner again. The most powerful Marines shouldn't receive any handouts. However, I am no longer a Marine. I'm gonna live more freely than that. Luffy insisted. TSK cussed Little Dumbass. The Vice Admiral then powerfully bounded off of the rock's surface and made his personal way back to Fushal Village's port. As a part of their training, he had left him and Goku alone frequently before, so this unique second might be no one of a kind. Luffy, in reality, turned into used to it at this factor, scrunching up his face in annoyance. The 7YR antique climbed up a tall tree and sat down on one of its branches. He narrowed his eyes, mulling over Garp's blind willpower to make him join the military as a sailor. I'm by no means turning into a military soldier, he repeated to himself. He then hopped from one department to any other and hung from one like a monkey. I am gonna get out of this village and do something big. Being a pirate is the best way that LL appear. Even as persevering with to limply grasp down from the branch, Luffy saw something inside the distance. It became a big, timber pirate ship with multiple white sails and a figurehead, which resembled a crimson dragon with horns along its ears. The most remarkable characteristic of this deliver, however, turned into its Jolly Roger, or emblem. The symbol changed into an in-depth cranium with a pink stripe alongside its left eye and two swords crossed without delay behind it. It was placed over a black flag that ever so barely flapped with the passing winds. The boy squinted his eyes in newfound interest and exhilaration. Is that a pirate deliver? Jumping out of the tree, he then ran inside the contrary path of wherein Goku was heading and organized to check out who this mysterious pirate crew became. It'd be the primary time he clearly noticed a actual pirate in person. In the meantime, Goku persevered to aimlessly discover the jungles of Mount Corvo on his own. Oblivious to the dangerous animals living there, he dragged his new Sea King throughout the ground and hummed to himself. This part of the mountain felt nostalgic because of its similarities to Mount Paozu and the whole thing that taken into consideration its herbal habitat. But nevertheless ignored seeing dinosaurs now and again, even if most of them were pretty opposed closer to him. The boy smiled, looking backward and forward without a lot as an unmarried care in the world. If Makino hadn't agreed to elevate him years in the past, Goku genuinely would not mind tenting out at Mount Corvo. The whole place felt a bit more like domestic to him than Party's bar did. This have to last me and Luffy till dinner. He. He then heard a few scuffling take vicinity in a deeper part of the jungle. It seemed like an issue between 3 or greater human beings. Ooh? What is that noise? Making sure to hold his fish hidden beneath a bush, Goku walked closer to the supply of the noise and quietly took a glance from in the back of some bushes. 2 boys, both around 365 days older than him, have been, to his shock, being pressured with the aid of a significant brown undergo. He turned into pretty menacing in phrases of look, carrying a purple mohawk and a deep scar over his left, pupilless eye. Below his crimson pirate-esque coat have been black shoulder pads, red golden armor tied down by way of a green sash, and large pink boots. Each of his wrists had been covered with in addition colored gauntlets as nicely. This so known as creature went by many names round Mount Corvo and the relaxation of the neighboring Goa kingdom. However, his maximum famous name, via a long way, turned into Kumar the Endure Thief. Searching visibly annoyed, he held each boys by way of their blouse collars and glared at them as though they have been clean slabs of meat waiting to be eaten. A undergo carrying clothes. Goku notion in confusion, poking his head out a piece extra, he studied the 2 youngsters being attacked by this endure. Certainly one of them had quick, curly blonde hair that turned into included by way of a black top hat with blue goggles wrapped round its brim. He additionally wore a blue jacket, a white cravat that caught out of his undershirt-esque collar, and cyan shorts with small black boots to healthy. He ought to have effortlessly been wrong for an aristocrat if no longer for the dust and filth masking his light skin. His lacking enamel wasn't fancy or proper either. The alternative 10-year vintage youngster, in comparison, had short, curly black hair and freckles below his eyes. He wore yellow shorts and an orange tank top, which, curiously sufficient, sported 2 strains of kanji that translated to innocence and violence. At the side of carrying dark brown, slipper-like shoes, an elbow shield of the identical color changed into connected to his left arm. He also held an extended gray and black pipe in his right hand. Goku assumed he had attempted to use it as a weapon earlier, however did not inflict any kind of damage. That didn't prevent this kid from fiercely evident back on the undergo, although. Alright, brats. Give up all the treasure you stole from me or you're dead. The blonde-haired boy grit his tooth, refusing to present into Kumar's demands. That is why we need to have met up at Grey Terminal like I instructed you to, Ace. What were you thinking? Goku's eyes widened. He had never met Ace for my part, but Garp mentioned him multiple times over these past 2 years. The Marine noted that he lived with a few mountain bandits led by way of Curly Dayton, a notorious criminal who changed into included from the sector authorities in exchange for her services. The boy ought to see the physical resemblance between Ace and Luffy, but he wasn't sure in the event that they had been real brothers by way of blood. Although, he felt obligated to meet and, if all went well, befriend Garp's second grandson. He simply must make sure this endure monster did not kill him first. I wished help loading all that loot, Sabo. How become I speculated to recognize a few 1/3 price bandit could remodel into a freaking undergo and are available seeking out it. Kumar chuckled at their irksome little banter in leisure. A few drool can be seen trickling out of his open maw. Third charge? Ha! Lovely coming from obnoxious rugrats who stole from the Kumar mercenary extended family and thought there would not be any results. The endure thief sneered even as licking his lips. No matter. The flavor of human flesh can also give me heartburn, however for you morons, I'll make an exception. A bit cannibalism failed to hurt anyone, after all. Kumama ha ha ha. Sabo and Ace together gasped in unison. They predicted to be killed for stealing, of course, but no longer that manner. You'll consume US. Of course I am. With you boys long past, I'm able to take lower back my treasure, after which add all the treasure you've stored up in Grey Terminal as additional repayment. Appears like an honest deal, do not you suspect? Ace tightly clenched his fists. For almost 5 years, both he and Sabo had collected as an awful lot money as they might find on Dawn Island. It turned into hard occasionally, but they assumed that with sufficient tough paintings, they had be capable of attain their dreams and buy a nice pirate ship for themselves. Such an bold aim made their depressing lives well worth enduring now. It all became happening the drain due to a random, accurate for not anything undergo thief. The entire situation wasn't fair in his eyes. Now not in the slightest. Do it then, you ugly bastard. My existence wouldn't be worth shit without Sabo around, besides, so that you can choke on it for all I care. Sabo sniffled with traces of tears in his eyes. Kuma ha ha ha. Have it your manner. Die if you want. Just as Kumar organized to bite their head smooth off, Goku unexpectedly ran up to the big bear and kicked him square in the shin. The human became endure cried out in pain, and by accident released Ace and Sabo from his tight grip. They landed a few feet far away from their adversary, looking at each different in sheer disbelief. What the heck just passed off? Who even is this child? Ace gaped. Goku protectively stood in the front of the two boys as Kumar massaged his aching leg. He lowly growled, narrowing his one suitable eye into a slit. Its gaze changed into kept squarely focused at the monkey-tailed boy's face and not anything else. I do not suppose those would taste superb, Mr. Bear. They just make your tummy ache. Sabo tipped his top hat and sighed. That is all you can suppose to say? Ah. You observed your real adorable? Do not you, monkey boy? Kumar laughed. That kick harm, I'll admit, but it is not anything compared to the energy of my undergo bear devil fruit. You would possibly as properly run even as I resume digesting my current meal. Goku tilted his head to the aspect. Although Garp stated his monkey tail got here from a devil fruit, he still had no clue what it honestly became or even seemed like. Perhaps he ate one as a baby, however didn't he hold any memory of doing so. The one's unusual occasions, but glaringly didn't he observe to this bandit status before him. The endure bear fruit's adjustments appeared more potent than his monkey-based one. Satan fruit? Is that why your breath smells so horrific? Irritated by the child's boldness, Kumar took out a massive sword from its scabbard. It had a golden, rectangular pass defend and a hilt wrapped in pink bandages. He wound it up with each of his hands like a baseball bat. Don't you dare mock me. Grah! The undergo slammed his blade into the ground, inflicting Goku to jump back a few feet in response. Regardless of the weapon's sharp, metallic look, he appeared exceptionally unfazed by using it and stuck out his tongue. Naya! Why he neglected me? Ace and Sabo have been practically greatly surprised speechless at this point. They no idea who this guy even become, but he blindly confronted Kumar in fight, anyway. Does he have a death want or something? The blonde thief whispered under his breath. Ace, in the meantime, scoffed in developing anger. He bared his tooth and gave Goku a fierce, hostile glare. It wasn't he out of gratitude or kindness via any means. Hi there, you. Mind your own commercial enterprise, youngster. We don't know you or owe you something, so butt out. Goku glanced back at him with a goofy, carefree smile. The name S now not youngster. It's Son D Goku, or Goku for brief, he corrected him. And yeah, I owe you a favor or something, however I nevertheless want to assist. It would not be right to just stand back and allow you to men die Ace. Ace changed into shocked by way of this reaction. Even though short and to the factor, it turned into rare for anybody to care if he lived or died. He turned into used to being considered a demon baby because of his past due father's identification and reputation. Son D Goku? And wait a second, how did you recognize their short communique changed into interrupted through Kumar slashing his sword at Goku's head. Tapping into small strains of observational haki, he predicted this assault and bent his body again to avoid it. Whoa. We will communicate more later, Ace. He. TSK. Little simian fool. You need to have saved your skin even as you had the danger. Grah. Kumar time and again thrust, slashed, and slammed his sword in various guidelines, however Goku prevented them all with relative ease. He saved jumping and ducking before the blade should even touch his frame. The Endure Bear Fruit person got even angrier the longer he did in T-wound him. Preserve nonetheless, damn it! Upon hammering his sword downward over again, Goku somersaulted above his head and done multiple exclusive flips in midair. He. Overlook me once more. The monkey-tailed boy then expertly landed proper in the back of Kumar, plenty to the thief's outraged. Over here, bear breath. The alternative boys' mouths hung agape from sheer amazement. That they had in no way seen a kid their age circulate that fast before. It became far too amazing of a feat to just accept at face value. He is brilliant. Sabo stammered. Could you imagine how tons treasure we could get along with his assist? Ace nodded his head in a comparatively less enthusiastic manner. Yeah. Lots as Goku's fight with Kumar persevered, the Undergo thief let out a threatening, nearly pitiable giggle. Even he couldn't hide the moderate anxiousness laced inside his tone. Kumar ha. You have got spunk, child. I love that. Your remains will make a great for direction meal once I kill you. Dai. With a pleasing grin on his face, Goku unexpectedly vanished into thin air and stood atop the blade of Kumar's sword. He crossed his fingers and laughed. Yoo-hoo! Ha. The boy then decided to complete this fight once and for all. Without even giving Kumar a threat to retaliate, Goku hopped onto his bear-like snout and stood in a fighting stance. He squatted down, conserving one hand in front of him and the opposite alongside his right hip. What the hell are you? Or 1, 2, the boy stated evenly. 3. He then punched Kumar's brow 3 times, placing increasingly energy into every consecutive blow. The Undergo thief felt a surge of indescribable pain go through his cranium, brain, and the rest of his whole body. Eyes now bulging out in their sockets, sparkling blood spurted from the spot where Goku punched him as he got here, tumbling right down to the ground, defeated. Grah! Ace and Sabo's eyes also cartoonishly widened in response to the not possible moment that just passed off. He beat him. Much like that? At the same time as Kumar fell to his unexpected loss of life, Goku leapt off the Undergo's snout and held out a V sign for victory together with his palms. He regarded especially pleased with the outcome of this fight. Yay! I did it! Brushing his arms collectively, he reconvened with Ace and Sabo to check how they had been doing. The two boys were, much like earlier than, bowled over by the whole thing that took place, but universal quality, though. Are you men okay? Are you okay? You just took down a large, cannibalistic Endure man without an unmarried scratch on you. It really is insane. Sabo yelped. He scratched the lower back of his head and took every other short exam in Kumar's corpse. A combination of blood and saliva changed into now trickling from his tongue. He did not want their combat to quit that way, but considering his overly violent nature, it had to be accomplished. Shielding Sabo and Ace's lives turned into greater importance, in spite of everything. He. Yeah, I wager that is kinda loopy, huh? Goku chuckled. The blonde-haired boy then caught out his hand and grinned. Goku, was it? The name S. Sabo. Thank you for saving my and Ace S skins returned there. Anyone as robust and courageous as you is worthy of our recognize. Goku luckily lower back this type gesture and shook palms with him. No problem, Sabo. It was the least I may want to do. Ace, in evaluation, hung back a little and crossed his arms. He glanced closer to the other aspect of the jungle, frowning. Then, without searching Goku in the eye, he paused for a second and took a deep breath. So that you supposed it, proper? Well, you said you didn't want to let us die. Properly, duh. Of path I wouldn't permit you to die. If neither of you have been alive, how else may want to we end up friends? The monkey-tailed boy replied. Garp Pa told me lots approximately you, so it is first rate to finally meet you in man or woman, Ace. You too, Sabo. Ace narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling Garp was linked to Goku's modern-day level of strength by hook or by crook. To what degree, however, was any other count completely? So the old guy S training you, huh? For what? To turn out to be the strongest marine? That is what he says, however I do not need that. I am gonna emerge as the most powerful pirate in the international. My grandpa told me to achieve that goal earlier than he died. And I might not stop training until it occurs. This sudden stage of enthusiasm broke through Ace's bloodless outside and prompted him to smirk. He changed into starting to like this children's formidable, can-do mindset. Heh. Wager the three folks have that during common then, Goku. I stole a few money from that Kumar man to help buy me and Sabo a pirate deliver sooner or later. The freckle-confronted boy informed. He then displayed a more downcast expression. All of these plans might have been for not anything if you weren't here, even though, so thank you. I suggest that. Goku, Sabo, and Ace then all smiled at each other. It might, optimistically, be the start to a long, near friendship among them. You're welcome. Any more, how approximately the three of us help each different come to be first-rate pirates inside the future. I assume it is able to be numerous fun. Sabo tipped his pinnacle hat over in settlement. Sounds like a plan. However, allow us do our commercial enterprise close to Trash Mountain subsequent time. That way, none of Endure Face S friends inside the Kumar mercenary clan can come looking for him or us. I said there was loads of loot to hold. Gimme a spoil. Ace grumbled. He then rolled his eyes and grabbed onto his steel pipe, pointing it at Goku. Maintain our treasure's hiding vicinity a mystery, by means of the manner. In case you blab it to all people, we're going to should kill you. We're given that? Fat. Like we might also be capable of, Sabo snorted. Given their luck, his head would probably be dense sufficient to bend their metallic pipes in the event that they attempted to whack him with them. Don't worry, guys. Your key is secure with me. I am now not sure what this Trash Mountain location even is, so a loud gurgling noise then came from Goku's belly. He then rubbed it, inflicting him to think about food and nothing else. Oh guy. That fight certainly made me hungry all of a surprising. Remembering that Luffy became left by myself at Party's bar, Goku grabbed his Sea King from the timber and dragged it across the floor again. He waved at each Ose and Sabo in mild unhappiness, but still stood smiling, regardless. Welp, I got across now. I'll see you men later. He stated. Permit S dangle out once more quickly. Wait, Goku! Ace's cries, lamentably, fell on deaf ears. Goku suddenly sprinted out of Mount Corvo's jungle in the direction of Fusha village. They slightly even caught a glimpse of his small, overweight frame before it disappeared in mere seconds. Became that a giant fish he become conserving onto? Asked Sabo. Does not rely. Allow S recognition on getting that treasure again to the Grey Terminal for now. We're going to catch Goku on top of things if he manages to discover his own manner over there. Ace said. Considering what he did to Kumar the Bear Thief, it's extra likewhile than if to me. Ha ha. Ace nodded, sharing a quick smirk along with his great pal as they navigated Mount Corvo's hidden pathways collectively. Part of him turned into looking ahead to seeing what else Goku had at his disposal. It might be something he and Sabo may want to work in the direction of, so in the future, the three of them could be equal in energy as soon-to-be mythical pirates, and little did he understand, that variety would be extended to four in handiest YRS time. Returned in Fuchsia village as soon as Goku successfully dragged his Sea King all of the way lower back to Party's bar, he took a second to rest. He wiped some sweat off his forehead and then, to his astonishment, noticed a big pirate deliver resting alongside the village esport. It must have reached Dawn Island someday after Garp had already left. In any other case, there possibly might have been more of a commotion taking location among the effective Vice Admiral and an entire group of pirates. Analyzing the Deliver S trademark Jolly Roger, figurative stars regarded within the boy's eyes. No manner. Real pirates. I have to tell Luffy. He then quickened his pace and ran straight through Party's bar's swinging, saloon-style doorways. His Sea King flopped onto the wood floorboards with an abrupt, yet company slap as he excitedly grinned from ear to ear, looking for his little brother and best buddy. Howdy, Luffy. Guess what I simply saw out of doors? A clumsy silence then permeated through the air as Goku stuck sight of everyone within the bar. Primarily based on their quirky, unusual appearances by myself, he ought to tell they all belong to that identical pirate ship's crew. There have been approximately 11 participants provide or take, which include their infamous captain, pink-haired Shanks. He changed into a tall, muscular 27YR antique man with, as his epithet implied, quick purple-crimson hair. Sporting a yellow straw hat exceeded right down to him by means of the Pirate King, Goldie Roger himself, his left eye became also marred via a claw-like scar with 3 strains going throughout it. His essential outfit constituted of a white dress blouse with rolled-up sleeves and brown pants tied down with the aid of a pink sash. He moreover wore a couple of black sandals on his toes. Luffy excitedly tugged on Shanks' pant leg and pointed over at Goku. Appearance, Shanks. There is my massive bro over there. He desires to be a pirate too. The boy beamed. He is certainly robust. HM? Genuinely sturdy, you say? Finishing up his beer, the pirate captain became round to look Luffy's massive brother for himself. He rested his elbows along the bar and smirked down at the monkey-tailed boy in amusement. Well then, Goku. How robust are you? Leave out Makino here holds you in high regard, so that you must be something special. Makino scoffed at her new buddy's statement. The 18 taking place 19-12-months-old bartender turned into now carrying a purple kerchief, a yellow blouse with green sleeves, and an extended grey skirt. Her brown eyes lit up upon seeing Goku return safe and sound. No need to tease him, Captain Shanks. He simply got home. She walked far from the bar for a second to greet Goku with a soft, affectionate grin. The girl was, admittedly, a bit worried whilst he didn't come again to the village with Luffy as planned. Because of this, she knelt all the way down to the boy's stage and rested both palms on his shoulders. Her grin became an ever so slight frown. Did you wander off on your very own once more? You understand how involved I get when I don't have any concept where you are, Goku. Sorry, Makino. She narrowed her eyes a touch and persevered, frowning. Consider what I advised you, approximately calling me by using name, Mr. Do not make me pass over it once more. Ooh? But Luffy does not ought to. Goku the boy then slumped his shoulders in defeat. He felt fairly embarrassed having to say this in the front of a group of difficult, cutthroat pirates, but it couldn't be helped. He knew calling her a certain name might make Makino glad, because it did frequently beforehand. Fine. I am sorry, Mama. I wanted to explore Mount Corvo a piece before bringing this massive fish over right here. Goku stated, even as dragging the Ocean King closer to Makino. However, then I needed to defend those children, Ace and Sabo, from a few bandit jerk who became himself into a bear. He become kinda hard, but I finished up beating him up quite precise. He. Makino's eyes widened in marvel. Admittedly, she did not anticipate Goku to satisfy Gup's eldest grandson so quickly. She questioned if Sabo ought to probably be a near buddy of Ace or possibly another boy Dayton took in. Ah, I see. You saved Ace lifestyles, HM? Luffy stamped his foot in frustration. No fair. Why do you continually get to combat all the strong guys without me, Goku? Combating a bear might were honestly a laugh. Shanks chuckled in entertainment and tipped his straw hat to get a better study Goku. Even the boy's hair, from his attitude, was instead particular and befitting of his abnormal nature. A part of him additionally felt a sliver of recognition for the call, Ace, however he didn't pay a whole lot interest to it. As a child, his vintage pirate captain once had a legendary sword of the identical name. Bwahaba! You've got guts, child. A boy your age taking down a Zoan-kind devil fruit consumer is robust extraordinary. There's a few pirates who could not even pull that off. Shanks' vice captain, Ben Beckman, nodded while smoking a clean cigarette. He was a tall, muscular guy with black hair tied down into a ponytail. He wore a black, V-neck t-shirt with a yellow sash wrapped around his waist, saggy inexperienced pants, and a pair of black boots. An intricately designed rifle became also tucked into the proper side of his sash. You could say that once more, Captain. Who knew a little Mamares boy can be so difficult? Absolutely everyone within the Pink Hair Pirates broke out into a suit of laughter, causing Goku to glare over at Beckman in embarrassment. Makino, meanwhile, located a quit her mouth and giggled the same way. What's up, take that lower back. I'm now not a Mamares boy. Fat. Yeah, you're Luffy laughed. No, I'm no longer. Whose side are you on, besides? The faint blush on Goku's cheeks brought on everybody in Party's bar to laugh even more difficult. Makino, even though finding the boy's childish pout as an alternative lovable, stood lower back up and lightly patted him at the returned. Don't take their teasing the wrong manner, Goku. Shanks and the others mean nicely, believe me. She assured him. She then boldly kissed him at the brow, a lot to his further embarrassment. And thank you for catching that fish. Simply let me understand earlier than you begin risking your lifestyles once more, K? The monkey-tailed boy quickly rubbed the spot in which Makino kissed him and nodded. He then sported a fierce glare with a purpose to make himself appear hard and no nonsense. K, Mama. I'm able to. The purple hair pirate sniper, Yasop, then chugged down a mug complete of sake and smirked at Goku. He became a tall, 12 months antique guy with long, wavy blonde hair, big lips, and some stubble on his chin. His forehead turned into also covered by using a blue headband that had his name written out in ambitious, mild blue textual content. The relaxation of his outfit constructed from a darkish blue blouse, jade green pants, and blue footwear with white buckles on them. No need to be ashamed, kid. You strike a chord in me a piece of my son, Usopp. I wager he's simply as close to his mother as you are with Makino. Sitting near him turned into Fortunate Roo, the Pink Hair Pirate's cooked dinner. Balking at Yasop's ironic remark, he bit down on a fresh slab of meat and toothily grinned from ear to ear. He changed into an overweight, bald 12 months antique guy wearing yellow goggles with purple-red lenses. He wore a green tea blouse with white vertical stripes happening it and a matching bandana on his head. He also had white shorts, a darkish green sash wrapped round his waist, and green footwear with white laces on top. Wow, Yasop! I'm amazed you even remember you've got a spouse and son to return home to, you antique lifeless beat. Ha ha ha! The sniper winced. A few years in the past, he had left his spouse, Ban China, in the back of Syrup Village to keep journeying with Shanks and the others. In truth, he wasn't certain what she and Usopp even gave the impression of proper now. There were instances where he felt guilty and wanted to see them, but different times. Being a pirate was a long way an excessive amount of a laugh to even reflect on consideration on such things. Oh, shut up. I'm simply no longer equipped to face them once more, all right? Fortunate Roo rolled his eyes and proceeded to chug down an entire barrel of sake. It became no marvel wherein his staggering weight came from. Yeah. Something you assert, he grumbled mid-drink. He then inspected Goku's Sea King from afar and started grinning once more. Properly work catching that Sea King, although, lad. There should be sufficient for everyone, if it is cooked by way of yours surely, of course. Goku and Luffy both appeared up at him with stars of their eyes. For those two, anything meals related was greater than sufficient to pique their interest. Virtually? You could do this? Would I be the purple hair pirate's cook if I couldn't eat? This huge old fish is nothing in comparison to the stuff we've got crushed down and eaten as a crew. Wager your asses that it will still be scrumptious, regardless, though. Ha ha. Hearing this statement, the lads had been now formally excited to devour the Sea King as soon as it was cooked by Lucky Roo himself. They questioned if the fish might have a unique pirate-like taste to it. Oh man. I can't wait to have a prepared dinner on my team. Goku beamed. Me neither. I'd be able to consume something I want every time I need to. That'd be the first class. Luffy said in agreement. You want to come to be pirates? In the one's tacky clothes? I extraordinarily doubt that. From the bar's front got here a gentle, female voice belonging to a young 9-12 months vintage female with lengthy purple and white hair. It turned into tied down into ponytails, a purple one on the proper side of her face and a white at the left aspect. Her left pink eye changed into also protected by means of white bangs even as the other still remained seen. Moreover, her ears were hid through a pair of sky blue headphones that each had her call, UTA, written in black text. She wore a golden yellow dress with lengthy lemon-colored sleeves and brown shoes as well. Her collar became additionally tied down by means of a piece of mahogany string whose strands hung down on either side. The woman narrowed her pink eyes and glanced from Goku to Luffy in annoyance. Goku, specially, wasn't he positive what she intended by using tacky, however it sounded like an insult to him. Cheesy? Who were you calling cheesy? He requested. Luffy grimaced and said, yeah. There may be not anything tacky about what we are carrying. Wrong. You kids don't have any experience of style in any way. I want to allow you to get so close to Shanks in the one's tacky vintage rags. Shanks blew out a sigh. Understanding an altercation like this one might occur, subsequently, he leaned over from his seat and acted as an impartial birthday party among the three kids. Do not mind Yuta, boys. As you can inform, our little diva is quite fashionable. Goku quirked a forehead. Diva? MMHM, I am a diva. I am the musician of the Crimson Hair Pirates and Shanks' daughter. Yuta found out with a proud smile on her face. Who? We're like the same age, but you are already a pirate. How does that work? The monkey-tailed boy gasped. Shanks shook his head, looking to provide an explanation for Yuta's instances as definitely as viable. I am afraid she is a unique case, Goku. Pirates and singing are inseparable, so her capabilities help build morale among the rest of the team. The red-headed pirate defined. You and Luffy, however, have no capabilities beyond fighting, so that you'd simply be little anchors weighing us down on our ship. Da ha ha ha. Makino shrugged her shoulders. I'm afraid he has a point there, boys. You're just now not prepared to be pirates, but... Luffy bit down on his decreased lip, now not wishing to take delivery of that truth. He balled his fists tight sufficient to depart a mark, but pirates are sincerely strong, amusing, and unfastened. Me and large bro may be that way too, if we're given the danger. Beckman blew out some pant of smoke from his cigarette. Being a pirate isn't all fun and games, brats. Accomplishing real electricity for yourself is what presents such privileges. Shanks' first mate glowered. He then nearly glared directly at Goku when talking. And a true pirate is best as sturdy as the crew they belong to. In case you do not understand that yet, neither of you are worth enough to survive the high seas. It's as simple as that. Properly said. The bond among a captain and his crew is sacred among pirates. Even the most effective pirates will fail without the business enterprise of sincere allies and buddies to again them up. In spite of everything, Gold D. Roger never found the One Piece by using himself, right? A captain and his crew. Goku silently looked down at his feet, ruminating over Shank's sensible words. In advance, he best idea approximately becoming the most powerful pirate alone, in place of constructing the group that would result in him achieving stated aim. It would be a far more tough mission, but if all pirate crews have been as amusing because the red hair pirates, he wouldn't thoughts accumulating a comparable group of humans for himself to guide. Yeah, you are right. Guess I will must make the best pirate group ever then. You guys hire appearance out when that happens. Now not if I make an even better team than yours, big bro shishishi. Seems like a assignment I'm able to get at the back of, Luffy. Hee hee. Yuta crossed her fingers and let loose an overdramatic sigh laced with disbelief. TSK. How childish. Your crews won't even attain the Grand Line with that mindset. Goku and Luffy crossed their fingers in a comparable way, staring her down. Wanna guess? Shanks then were given up from his seat on the bar and driven the three children nearer collectively with his hands. You three are nearly the identical age. How about you be pals in place of arguing? Yuta overrated her cheeks in frustration. Do not group me collectively with 2 9-12 months vintage and 7 12 months old children. I'm a long way too mature for them. Goku scratched the lower back of his head. We're each the identical age, so that you cannot even make that excuse. Enough, children. Cross-display Yuta round Fushou village, you. Fortunate Ru should be completed making ready that Sea King by the time you get returned. The crimson and white-haired female then started crying in an overly exaggerated way. As a diva, she usually did this to get her manner. But Shanks. I do not wanna. Her whining was interrupted by means of Luffy and Goku nearly dragging her outside Party's bar in excitement. She couldn't even control to react or fight lower back in time. Let us cross, Luffy. The quicker we depart, the quicker it will take for that yummy fish to be equipped. Right beforehand of you, Goku. Wait a minute. Shanks. As soon as the three children were long gone, Fortunate Ru hoisted the Sea King into Makino's kitchen with a wide grin on his face. It might probably take some of hours to prepare, especially whilst taking Goku, Luffy, Yuta, and the relaxation of the Crimson Hair pirates into account. It would be round dusk by the point the whole thing was prepared. If he have been to threat a bet. While the pirate prepared dinner set to work, Makino rested a hand on her cheek and smiled. Seems like the one's the third of maybe pals in no time. If Goku and Luffy do not pressure my daughter crazy, this is. Ha ha. Shanks laughed. He went again to the bar and completed his drink. Although, I am curious, Makino. You're only 18 years old, but are not afflicted with the aid of Goku calling you, Mama. Why is that? Would not that make you sense old? The young bartender stood at the back of the bar and rested her elbow atop it. She now sported a smooth, nearly melancholic grin. It is a long story, however, when Goku came here, almost 3 years ago, he had no one. His grandfather, Gohan, had passed away and Garp, of course, didn't he have an awful lot time to raise him past education of direction. Makino vividly recalled. Ever when you consider that then, he has been a fine presence around myself, Luffy, and the whole village. One issue then brought about some other and now, I insist on him calling me his mother, even supposing he is nonetheless embarrassed to do so. He. Shanks then sported a greater severe expression. One part of Makino's statement really stuck him by using Marvel. It turned into an unmarried call synonymous with the God Valley incident all the ones years ago, the very event that caused him being adopted through the Roger Pirates as a baby. I see. So Goku's grandfather is Son D. Gohan then? The god of the Marines himself? It is proper. He changed into Garp's mentor. An uncomfortable silence then permeated within Party's bar. The simplest sounds that would be heard were from Lucky Ru's knives reducing the Piranha Sea King into numerous pieces. Sheesh. No wonder he took down that mountain bandit's human beast shape so effortlessly. Yasop brushed his blonde hair back in anxiousness. He has been training underneath the Pinnacle Marines this complete time. Faye. Ironic that he wants to grow to be a pirate rather. Gohan have to be rolling in his grave. Beckman muttered. Truly, Goku said his grandpa wanted him to be a pirate. Something to do with him gaining as plenty freedom as possible. Interesting. Perhaps the Marines' greatest hero wasn't he so loyal to their reason as they as soon as concept. The vice captain massaged his chin in thought. It is information to me, anyway. Some other member of the Crimson Hair Pirates, Lime Juice, then chimed in. He became a thin, muscular man with blonde hair and a black beret that contained a Jolly Roger in its middle. He wore a purple shirt, blue pants, and a pair of particular white gloves. Then wherein do you observe that monkey tail of his comes from? For a 2D, I thought he was related to Monster by some means. Lime Juice jerked his thumb closer to a big monkey with small, beady eyes and brown fur. The pinnacle of his head was additionally tied up into a top knot. Smiling from ear to ear, Monster beat on his chest like a gorilla and made a few loud noises. Okay. 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 It is probably some type of devil fruit. I doubt Goku even recollects consuming it, so there is little need thinking too much approximately it or bringing it up. Shanks knowledgeably presumed. He grinned over at Makino. What we ought to be thinking about, however, is Makino here calling herself old. Slightly an adult and he or she desires to be called a mom. Dahava. The Crimson Hair Pirates then nearly at once moved on from their discussion approximately Goku and began giggling it up once more. Oh, close it. It's now not like that. Cautious, Makino. I assume I see some grey hair for your head. Hava. Yasop joked. The inexperienced haired bartender rested each hands on her hips and smirked. And that I see all your drinks bills starting to rack up. Even as the other pirates subsidized away in scene worry, Shanks turned into undeterred and saved laughing. He, on the opposite, determined Makino try to act strict pretty entertaining. Yes, mother. Something you are saying. Maintain it up and that I might not be serving you any greater beverages at all. Okay, K. No greater. That turned into the last time, I swear, Makino. I will hold you to it then. He. After that, the red hair pirates continued drinking, conversating, and, in greater severe cases, brawling with each other as they waited for Lucky Roo to finish cooking. Goku, Yuta, and Luffy, in the meantime, could explore the vicinity surrounding Fushou village for the following couple of hours or so. Neither of the lads were given together with Shank's daughter at the beginning, however time beyond regulation, she did grow to be one among their closest youth friends. This second, alas, might no longer show up that very same night. That they had be too busy competing with each other over certain duties like climbing, walking, shouting, arm wrestling, and greater.ina while after striking out in a considered one of Fushou village's many windmills, the three raced every other again to Party's bar. Goku, of course, received this precise competition with relative ease. He dashed towards the bar's front, appearing as an almost invisible black streak to the other townsfolk. Taking a small breath, he then snickered and held up a V sign for victory together with his arms. Yuta and Luffy delivered themselves to the edge of exhaustion just trying to trap up. I advised you I used to be going to beat you men there. You cheater. Yuta panted. She held both palms on her knees and sighed aloud. How can someone with a tail be so speedy? Luffy smiled amusedly and crossed his own hands behind his head. See? I informed you huge bro become sturdy, Yuta. You can beat me, but you sure cannot beat him at something critical. He. The purple hair pirate's musician scowled and lightly stomped her foot. Nonsense. I have each of you kids beat in top, cuteness, intelligence, and, of path, making a song. Who cares if I cannot healthy Goku in brute strength? He is obviously not human, besides. HMPH like and sing, too. It is no longer that difficult. Goku's eyes widened in anxiety. Wait a minute, Luffy. Do not, lamentably, the boy became too late to stop his little brother. The 7-12 months antique proceeded to sing on the pinnacle of his lungs in a scratchy, obnoxious way that everybody, namely Yuta, felt an exceptional deal of pain paying attention to. It changed into even horrific enough to scare a whole flock of seagulls far from Fusho Village's port. The sky in the east is up early, the climate is so high quality, there are only fools there. The island in the east is. Yuta clutched her ears in sheer ache and fumbled herself returned into Party's bar with the aid of accident. Absolutely everyone, together with Shanks, turned their heads to peer what became occurring with their young musician. To be sincere, they failed to expect to peer her, Goku, and Luffy come again soon. Fortunate Roo was just about done splitting the Sea King into character pieces. Enna! That become terrible. You suck. You're off pitch. The pink hair pirate's IQ could drop being attentive to that. Luffy regarded over at Goku in confusion. Because of having more touchy listening to, the monkey-tailed needed to cowl his personal ears for protection reasons. Eh? Changed into I that bad? Yes. Never sing once more. Yuta snapped. I would ought to trust you to hear, Luffy. My terrible is anything. Like you could do any better, Goku. Laughing at the trio's banter, Makino made her manner to the doorway to greet them well. She crouched down to cope with every baby with a huge, inviting smile on her face. Thank you for preserving an eye fixed on Goku and Luffy, Yuta. Wish they were not an excessive amount of trouble. The younger singer shrugged her shoulders. Like I had a preference. These are unbelievably continual about becoming pirates. They'd be hounding Shanks if I wasn't there to guard him. Tee-hee. I see. On the mere point out of his name, Luffy yelled on the red-hair pirate's captain from across the bar with a fierce, decided glare. Shanks, let me board your deliver. I'm prepared to sail the seas. Yuta face-palmed and shook her head. Working example, I thought we had been presupposed to be constructing our personal cruise. Goku stated at the same time as quirking a forehead in puzzlement. Would not being a part of Shanks' team get inside the manner of that aim? It's for later. I'm thinking about now, big bro. We want to build revel in earlier than going out on our very own. Showing a small smirk on his lips, Shanks grew to become round to playfully wag a single finger at Luffy. I would pay attention in your older brother, Luffy. You're without a doubt not reduce out to board my ship, so the solution remains no. And no, as continually, manner no. The boy ground his tooth in growing frustration. Ugh! Cheapskate Shanks. Permit me aboard. Allow me. Earlier than he could try latching onto Shanks' body like some sort of irksome little monkey, Fortunate Roo walked out of the bar's kitchen with multiple plates in his fingers. Enough speak. Permit s chow down while this Sea King s still hot, anybody. Aye. As soon as each person were given their palms on a few cooked Sea King, they commenced to consume. It became clearly scrumptious, but Yuta, admittedly, lost her appetite as quickly as she saw how many pieces of fish Goku and Luffy had been stuffing into their mouths. They did not even take a second to breathe and chunk their food, much to her visible disgust. Minute after minute continued to bypass till the Ocean King changed into all, however skeletal stays. The two boys rubbed their now rotund stomachs and belched together in unison. Makino would have normally been as disgusted as Yuta was, however she had gotten used to their gigantic appetites a few years earlier. Ah. That was good. I agree, big bro. Glad with this meal, Shanks and the pink-hair pirates raised their mugs within the air. The red-headed pirate directed his drink towards Goku, specially. Right here to Goku for catching one of these delicious Sea King for each person. And to Fusho Village for displaying us such good hospitality. Each pirates clanked their mugs collectively and complied with Shanks' courteous gesture. Aye. To Goku and Fusho Village. Goku sheepishly scratched the lower back of his head. He. Or, it become nothing, men. Now how about we near this night off with a tune? Got any in mind, Bonk Punch, my pal? The man in question become a fellow musician like his monkey associate, Monster, and Yuta. He changed into a bald, muscular man with darkish rings around his eyes and tan paws and skin. He wore a blue shirt with white stripes, orange pants, and a darkish blue sash wrapped round his waist. Bonk Punch gave the question some idea before snapping his fingers in realization. Ah. How approximately Binks brew, Captain? You can by no means move incorrect with that traditional. That essay good one, boss. It will be much like old times. Fortunate Roo chuckled. What do you observed, Yuta? The 9-12 months vintage female tapped her foot to Binks' brew rhythm and smiled. Sounds splendid to me. It'll display these amateurs what actual making a song is like. Beckman smirked. Heh. I am certain you'll blow them away as traditional. Proper because the whole team prepared to sing. Goku and Luffy interestingly stared at each other. They had by no means heard of this track before. Even Makino appeared to have some familiarity with it, which took them each through marvel. I do not get it. What is Binks' brew, Shanks? Yuta deadpanned. You need to be pirates, but by no means heard one of the most well-known pirate songs? I feel sorry for you. Come on. No need to be so imply about it, Shanks muttered. It's an old song that I first learned as a boy around your age. Pay attention intently to the lyrics, and also you need to each be capable of sing-along. Simply exceptional. Okay then. With that, the Crimson Hair Pirates moved some tables and chairs round to huddle in the direction of each other. The crew members then stomped their feet and clapped their palms collectively, transferring in tandem with the jolly, yet somber beat of Binks' brew as they commenced to sing. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Goku and Luffy right away observed themselves singing alongside. It gave the impression of something a pirate might write, yet additionally had an excellent extra widespread appeal to it deep down internal. Neither boy ought to even start to put their thoughts into phrases in that second. Acquire up all of the team, it is time to deliver out Binks' brew. See wind blows, to where, who knows? The waves will be our manual. Across the CS tide. Rays of light aways and wide, birds they sing, of pleased matters, in circles passing with the aid of bid farewell to Weaver's city, say goodbye to Port Famond, sing a song, it might not be long before we're removing. Cross the gold and silver seas, a salty spray puts us comfortable day and night, to our pride, the voyage never ends. Makino smiled and clapped along as the purple hair pirate swayed from side to side, getting extra into it. This part of the track, from Goku's angle, reminded him of the liberty that incorporates sailing the seas as a pirate. Preferably, a by no means finishing voyage packed with amusing and adventure seemed like a dream come genuine to him. He questioned if Gohan expressed comparable sentiments as a boy his age. Acquire up all of the crew, it is time to deliver out Binks' brew. Pirates, we without end are hard the ocean, with the waves to rest our heads, ship under us as our beds hoisted excessive upon the mast, our jolly Roger flies, Luffy beaming with a hopeful glimmer in his small black eyes. Hard the ocean on board a pirate ship become all he could ever ask for in existence. It'd clearly be a better use of his time than wandering around Fusha village all day. Someplace within the limitless sky, stormy winds are blowing through, waves are dancing, night comes, it is time to sound the drums. However constant men, and in no way worry, the following day's skies are always clean. So pound your toes and clap your palms till sunny days return. Now, Goku discovered himself getting a touch emotional. This part of the song, although vague, reminded him that there were nonetheless high-quality moments to look forward to, even after his grandpa's death. All it took became to keep smiling and recollect the coolest time spent at Paozu Island. Fortunate Roo wrapped his hands around Yasop and Lime Juice's shoulders, laughing gleefully like a madman at the same time as persevering with to sing. He then gestured his hand in the direction of Yuta. Take it away, Yuta! Beckman then positioned her atop a nearby table, giving the diva a hazard to use party's bar as a makeshift level. She then, as become accomplished generally earlier than, sang along to her coronary heart's content with the voice of an angel. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. Final her purple eyes and resting a hand on her chest, Yuta resumed singing at the same time as swaying from left to proper. Goku and Luffy each couldn't trust how stunning, yet incredibly haunting her voice turned into. they might most effective surprise how she got that proficient at 9 years old. Accumulate up all of the crew, it is time to ship out Binks Brew, wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain, our days are however a passing dream, eternal even though they appear. Under the moon we're going to meet once more, the wind our lullaby. As quickly as Yuta softly smiled over at them, Goku wiped his tear-filled eyes and grinned the same way. By hook or by crook, he was hoping to see his grandpa again one day and make him proud of the effective pirate he has managed to turn out to be. It became this remaining although that gave him the strength to sing Binks Brew as loud as everybody else. Luffy wasted no time in doing the identical aspect. Accumulate up all of the crew, it's time to deliver out Binks Brew, sing a tune, and play alongside for all the oceans wide. In any case is said and completed, you will turn out to be a skeleton, so unfold your tail from dawn till nightfall upon those foamy seas. Yo ho ho ho, 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 yo ho ho ho. For a brief, ever so slight moment, time seemed to prevent. Goku took a observe the Crimson Hair Pirates, seeing how happy and proud they had been to be in each different organization. It was the sort of camaraderie he in no way understood until now. Right here, while singing Binks Brew among new and vintage friends, Goku understood the proper appeal behind becoming a pirate. It wasn't simply the liberty to develop as robust as viable. It was also, in fact, the freedom to shape bonds all across the complete global. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. As the tune got here to a tender, yet gradual near, Goku shared one last smile with Luffy. He then located Gohan's blue fedora in the front of him and nodded down at it. I apprehend now, Grandpa. That is why you desired me to turn out to be a pirate, isn't he always it? He then located the fedora atop his spiky black hair, the use of its larger length to forged a shadow over the stray tears streaking down his cheeks. But, not like years ago, those tears were out of happiness, as opposed to melancholy. So what do you observed? Quite catchy, proper? Shanks asked. Goku fast wiped his eyes and sniffled. Yeah. I definitely preferred it. Allow us sing it once more. Luffy said at the same time as slamming a fist against the desk. I wanna memorize it all. After guffawing at this enthusiastic reaction, a beam of luminescent moonlight turned into then solid through Party's bar's window as Shanks, Yuta, and the Red Hair Pirates left to sleep interior there deliver, the Purple Force. Goku, Luffy, and Makino, in the meantime, stayed in the back of, dreaming about the fine night that, now, came to a close. Approximately a year later in 1512, since establishing it as their base in the previous year, the Red Hair Pirates continued to visit Fushou Village every so often. Yuta's bond with Goku and Luffy grew with each subsequent visit, yet it wasn't strong enough to prevent her from mysteriously disappearing one day. The two boys had no idea what happened to the girl and were, unsurprisingly, frustrated when Shanks wouldn't explain anything about it. All he would say was something about Yuta being left in a place called Elegia, which either boy had never heard of before. Luffy was upset enough to never speak with Shanks again, but through some coercion from Goku and Ben Beckman, he slowly forgave him over time. Regardless, the two boys would continue to think about their lost childhood friend, and hoped that she was doing well. Maybe someday, they'd be able to reunite and talk about the new Genesis phenomenon she wished to create. However, with Yuta gone, Luffy was more determined to join Shanks' crew than ever before. The boy even went as far as to stab a knife underneath his left eye to prove how tough he had become. It was a borderline insane action that ended just as badly as any normal person would expect. Yow! Not long after that, Makino quickly put a bandage over Luffy's wound to help stop the bleeding. The Red Hair Pirates ended up declaring a toast to honor Luffy's courage and bravery for doing something so extreme. It might have just been done as an excuse to drink more booze, though. That's what the owner of Party's bar herself assumed. Goku blew out a sigh. The 9-year-old boy was wearing an orange collared shirt with green triangles spread throughout and a white tank top underneath it. He also wore tennis shoes and blue jeans, which had a hole cut out for his tail. His grandpa's blue fedora was still hung along his neck as well. Did you really have to cut yourself with a knife, Luffy? Well, yeah. It was the only way to show them I'm as tough as they are, big bro, Luffy grumbled while massaging his cut face. And as tough as you too, that's just dumb. Hee hee, I don't care. That knife didn't hurt one bit. I'm ready to go on Shanks' next voyage and be a pirate. Liar. That was a foolish thing to do. Shanks growled from his seat at the bar. He then snorted at the thought of Luffy becoming a pirate in his current condition. And you can't even swim. What good is a pirate who sinks every time they touch the water? That's why you'll always be an anchor, unlike your brother there. Da ha ha ha. Goku quirked a brow at this comment. It seemed inaccurate, given how many pirates have achieved great success without even touching the water themselves. But aren't there a load of famous pirates who ate devil fruits and lost the power to swim? That's what Garp told me. The pirate captain blinked a few times in surprise. Admittedly, he didn't think the boy was smart enough to catch onto his bluff. He wondered if that was Makino's influence rubbing off on him. True, but those pirates need to be incredibly powerful fighters to make up for such a weakness. And Luffy, at his age, is just nowhere near close to that level yet. Luffy slammed a fist on the table in abject protest. But I am a strong fighter. I've been training with Goku and Grandpa these past few months. My punch is as powerful as a pistol now. Shanks rested a hand on his cheek, looking a bit disinterested in the 7-year-old's proud boast. A pistol, eh? Is that so? Are you doubting me? Luffy barked like some rabid dog. The rest of the red hair pirates grabbed each other's shoulders and heartily laughed in amusement while partying. Lucky Roo stood in the middle while Yasop hung along his left shoulder and their crew's doctor, Hongo, stood to the right. He was a lean man with dirty blonde hair that tied back into a ponytail and a few missing teeth. His outfit comprised of a striped black-brown shirt, blue shorts, and orange sandals. Calm down, Luffy. Bonk Punch cried. Let us just have a good time. Yasop happily added. Yeah. Pirates always have a good time. Lucky Roo continued. The sea is vast and there's a lot of islands to explore, and best of all, pirates have freedom. Both Goku and Luffy were in complete awe of this description. It was the type of carefree life they had always dreamed of and more. Wow! Shanks let out a sigh of frustration. He was holding a spoon in between his teeth. They're still kids, guys. Stop filling their heads with such crazy ideas. Lucky Roo and Yasop glanced at each other in confusion. They weren't sure why their captain was acting so dismissive about the lives of the average pirate. But it's true, right? The infamous pirate captain groaned and went back to eating his meal. Oh, see Mon, Cap-N. Let us take the lad just this once. Even Goku can come along and get some benefit out of it. One of the other red hair pirates suggested. They did want to gain more experience as pirates, after all. His fellow shipmates nodded their heads in agreement. The two boys glanced at each other in surprise. Even Goku was getting more excited at the mere idea of boarding an actual pirate ship, let alone one operated by a person as powerful as Shanks. Yeah, seriously? You mean that? Shanks didn't even turn around to address this suggestion. Okay, but two of you will have to stay behind to make room on the ship. Not wishing to be left behind on a place as boring Fushou Village, the pirates immediately changed their opinion and went back to partying. It was as if their prior approval of Goku and Luffy's inclusion didn't even happen at all. Sorry, lads. You've just been beached. Let us drink. Ha 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 ha, the 7-year-old boy snarled. Hey! Whose side are you on? You're just too young, boys. Maybe in 10 years or so, I'll give you another chance, Luffy. Goku quirked a brow. He didn't find Shanks' use of the word, maybe, all too convincing. From his experience with Grandpa Gohan, that was another way to say don't get your hopes up or flat out no. He knew Luffy, however, would never accept that answer. He clamped down on his teeth with fully narrowed black eyes. Ugh! Cap-N Shanks. I've already told you I'm not a little kid. Shanks slyly grinned and gave Luffy a small glass to drink from. Hey, there's no need to get upset now. Have some milk. Oh boy. Thanks. The red-headed pirate captain then proceeded to burst out laughing in amusement. The bait, as expected, was taken hook, line, and sinker. See? A real pirate would never drink milk. Ha 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 ha. Gah. That was a dirty trick. Goku shook his head in confusion. He supposed there were some things he still had yet to learn about pirates and what they considered normal. Makino told me milk is pretty healthy, though. Why wouldn't it be alright to drink it? Because milk doesn't have the special kick that a fresh brew of sake does, Goku. Beckman said while lighting his cigarette with a match. Not that either of you would be mature enough to understand that yet. Like I told you before, being a pirate isn't all fun and games, you know. The two brothers looked up at him in curiosity. How so, Mr. First Mate? As a captain, the safety of the entire crew and ship rests on Shanks' shoulders. Then, in return, the crew's duties include pillaging, hostage-taking, heavy drinking, and in most cases, swimming. Beckman continued. And the captain, especially, knows all about the dangers of the sea, too. It can kill you in 1,000 ways. It's not that he wants to crush either of your dreams of becoming a pirate. He's just doing what's best for everyone, including you two brats, Luffy grumbled in response. HMPH. Well, I'm getting tired of it. I stabbed myself in the face and he still won't take me with him. Maybe Shanks just likes messing with Luffy too. Goku added. Beckman blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth. How do you figure? Hey, Anchor. Ha wah ha. Shanks childishly giggled. Oh boy, I just love making fun of this kid. Luffy then pointed over to the man, causing Beckman to contemplate whether his previous description was accurate or not. Maybe you do got a point there. Coming from the back of the bar, the now 19-year-old Makino walked in with a large barrel of beer in her hands. Goku immediately smiled and ran up to help her carry it with a single hand. I can help you with that, Mom, or thanks. I can always rely on you, sweetie. Place it next to Lucky Roo's table, please. The bartender beamed affectionately. She then smiled over at Shanks. I'm glad to see you and your crew are enjoying yourselves, Captain Shanks. Hope the boys haven't been giving you too much trouble, HMPH. You should be telling him that, Makino. Luffy snorted. Knowing how to speak his and her adopted son's language, Makino smiled at both kids with even more enthusiasm. How about I make you and your brother something to eat, Luffy? Really? All right. You're the best, Ma Makino. The young proprietor of Party's bar playfully wagged her finger in mock annoyance. Just Mama or Mom is fine, mister. I won't accept anything different. Goku rolled his eyes. Yeah. I know. The monkey-tailed boy then sat at the bar right next to Luffy. The 7-year-old was holding a fork and knife in each hand, respectively. You can put the bill on my treasure tab, Makino. I'll pay you back in gold and more once I'm a pirate. Treasure tab? Don't try to swindle the lady, boy. Shanks said. I'm not. I'm gonna become a pirate, find lots of treasure, and then I'll come back and pay her. You'll see. Ha ha ha. Not if Goku gets back to me first. Makino giggled. When that time comes, we'll have to celebrate together once both of you return. Hee hee. Definitely, and I'll make sure to pay you back for everything too, Mom. The bartender, although grateful for Goku even suggesting that, shook her head. That's sweet of you, kiddo, but there's need for there to be 2 treasure tabs around here. Helping around the bar is all the payment you'll need to give me, okay? She then winked, causing him to blush ever so slightly. Okay, still a mama's boy. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. After the red hair pirates had enough fun laughing at Goku's expense, Makino served a fresh plate of steak for him and Luffy, respectively. Some other parts of their food included potatoes and fresh pieces of bread. They each gorged down on the meal as soon as it was given to them, filling the entire bar with loud chomps and munches. While biting down on his steak like a dog, Luffy looked over at his role model curiously. Shanks, yeah, kid? How much longer will you stay at this village? Let us see. We've been using this village as our base for about a year, Shanks recalled whilst striking his spoon into the plate's surface. So I'd say after 2 or 3 more voyages we'll leave here for good and head north. Luffy, with his mouth full of meat and bread, looked somewhat dejected by this information. I see. 2 or 3 more trips, eh? Makino sympathetically blew out a sigh and took Luffy's empty plate without saying a word. Goku, meanwhile, was still busy finishing his second helping. I'm gonna learn how to swim by the time you leave. That's good, kid. Do whatever you want, don't worry. I'm sure you'll swim just as good as I do once. Before the boy could even finish speaking, one of Party's bar's doors was roughly kicked off its hinges. The perpetrator was a tall, 46-year-old man with unkempt black hair tied into a bun, a black goatee, and an X-shaped scar located above his right eye. He wore a long red coat draped over a white shirt and black trousers with 2 matching shoes. A golden necklace was additionally wrapped around his tan-skinned neck. Known by the name Higuma the Bear, this man had made quite a name for himself as one of Mount Corvo's most dangerous bandits. He would mug, threaten, and outright kill anyone who so much as looked at him the wrong way. Even the company of pirates wasn't enough to throw off his bloated ego. "Make way for the scourge of the mountains!" he shouted, carkily smirking while darting his beady black eyes from left to right. "Who?" "First time I've seen pirates, you look like a sorry lot to me." The red-hair pirates remained almost completely silent. They watched as he walked up to the bar with his fellow bandits following closely behind him. "We mountain bandits of the legendary Kumar mercenary clan are looking for a boy with the tail of a monkey." "You see him anywhere?" Makino gulped and broke out into a somewhat nervous sweat. Whatever they wanted with Goku, it couldn't have been any good. "Why, you must be mistaken. There's no boy like that around here." Luffy didn't catch onto her tactic, however, and slammed a fist on the table in anger. He then stared the mountain bandits down without a single ounce of hesitation. "That's my big brother you're talking about. What is it to you, you big, ugly?" Beckman then placed a hand over the boy's mouth before he could say anything else. "Shut up, Luffy. This is serious." Higuma's smirk slightly widened. Upon locking eyes with Goku, he recognized the monkey tail and spiky black hair right away. A villager had described the boy as such before he snuffed out their insignificant little life. "Big brother? That must be you, eh, Pipsqueak?" the bandit asked. "Gotta tell why we've been spending a long time looking for you. We almost thought we'd never be able to avenge our boss's humiliating demise until now, that is." Goku didn't have the slightest clue what this man was talking about. He simply gulped down the rest of his food and tilted his head to the side in puzzlement. "Avenge you now? Kumar the Bear Thief, you irksome little brat. You can't even remember the man you murdered in cold blood." It was then that Goku vividly recalled everything that took place several months ago. The Bear Thief was so weak that he didn't even bother thinking about him again, apart from his attempt to kill Ace and Sabo. "Oh, that guy was your boss? You must be bad people then. He would have eaten my friends if I hadn't decked him one." Higuma grit his teeth in annoyance. "I don't give 2 shits about who your friends are. They're worthless scum compared to Kumar and all he has done for our clan." To Goku's confusion, he then proceeded to bring up a wanted poster. There was a large number of berries in bold black text located below his picture. "See this? My head's worth 8 million berries. I'm a wanted man. I've killed 56 people and I'm willing to kill again, especially an insignificant maggot like you, boy." The monkey-tailed boldly stuck out his tongue, much to Higuma's clear infuriation. "Naya, I'd like to see you try, you big bully." Makino gasped aloud. Goku, the current leader of the Kumar mercenary clan, clenched down his teeth and brought out his sword. He then positioned it close to Goku's face, ready to slice or stab him at any moment. Big mouth for such a tiny waste of space. "I'd watch what you say in front of me if you're fond of breathing." He then glanced over at the bar's wide collection of alcohol and other beverages. "But look, before you start wetting yourself in fear, I'll cut you a deal, kid. Have that bar wench sell us 10 bottles of grog at half the usual price and we'll only give you the bare minimum amount of torture to help even the score. Sound like a deal?" In concern, Makino stood behind Goku and clutched his shoulders protectively. She, ironically enough, resembled a mama bear protecting her cub from harm. "I'm sorry, sir. We just ran out of liquor," she said while gesturing to the red-hair pirates. "I served the last of it to these gentlemen here." How coincidental and unfortunate." Shanks then kindly smiled and brought his own bottle of booze. There was 0 ounce of fear in his expression or body language. "I guess we drank up all the liquor? Sorry about that." He showed the bottle to Higuma. "But hey, why don't you have this? It's still unopened." The The bandit, after saying nothing in reply for a brief moment, grabbed the bottle and smashed it against Shanks' face. Makino placed a hand over her mouth in shock while Higuma's toadies chuckled sinisterly. The red hair pirates, however, stood silent. Shanks was now drenched from head to toe with the bottle's contents. He, once again, didn't take it all that seriously. Oh my, what a mess. This action caused Goku to angrily clench his fists. He was more furious than words could even describe. Hey! Why do you do that? What this fool deserved. One bottle of grog isn't worth anything. Higuma sneered, looking down at Shanks condescendingly. If you even have half a brain, you'll sail away from here, so I never see you again. Got that, coward? Shanks ignored him and began gently picking up the damaged bottle's contents from the floor. Luffy couldn't believe what he was seeing. He didn't think his role model, even after Utera's disappearance, could stoop so low. Sorry about this mess, Makino. Give me a rag and I'll clean it up. The bartender shook her head. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Annoyed, Higuma slashed his sword against some bottles along the wall and drenched Shanks' body even further. Makino shut her eyes and clutched Goku's shoulders a bit tighter in response to this moment. So, you like to clean? That ought to keep you busy for a while, the mountain bandit snickered. His cronies proceeded to laugh the same way. Now, it's time for your torture, monkey boy. Come quietly and you'll only lose a limb or two, maybe even that freakish tail of yours. Higuma then thrust his sword forward in an attempt to slice Goku's arm, leg, or both. After pushing Makino away from him, he, with little hesitation, expertly deflected this blade with the Naibo. Eh? A red stick blocked my sword. Goku then spun around his staff and powerfully jabbed Higuma in the stomach. To add even greater insult to injury, the boy additionally whacked him across the chin and sent him flying toward one of Party's bar's nearby walls. Hiya! Dwa! Higuma spat. The force of the impact was so great that a large, rather deep imprint was embedded into the wall where his body hit it. Afterwards, Goku stuck his staff into the ground and nodded in satisfaction. HMPH. That's what you get for messing with Shanks, dummy. And for wrecking my mom's bar too. Try as he might, Shanks could not contain the large smile threatening to break out on his face. He was more so impressed by the faint traces of armament haki being imbued into the Naibo's surface. This kid is really something else. The other members of the Kumar mercenary clan attempted to help out their boss, but to no avail. With fresh blood trickling down his lips, Higuma stood back up and massaged his aching jaw. He wasn't used to his opponents fighting back like that. Well, looks like you have more balls than that so-called pirate there, brat. I respect your bravery. He then glared daggers at Goku in ever-present rage. But being brave has its costs. There may be no grog in this village now, but once there is, we'll be back to take all that and your life. Goku boldly jerked a thumb at his chest. Bring it then. Just call for Son D Goku and I'll be there to kick your butt as many times as I need to. Yeah. You tell him, Goku. Luffy shouted. Your funeral then, Son D Goku. Higuma and his fellow then exited Party's bar with confident, almost bloodthirsty smirks on their faces. Once they were gone, Shanks let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thought he'd never leave. The rest of the red hair pirates then broke out into a fit of laughter. They had, in fact, been struggling not to laugh the entire time Higuma was there. Har. He got you good, Cap N. Lucky Roo chuckled. No surprise Goku stepped in with his power pole. That was mighty impressive, lad. Makino, however, was not so amused. Shaking with anger, she bopped Goku on the head as hard as possible. It surprisingly hurt more than one would expect from a woman her age. And completely stupid. Why do you always have to worry me like that, Goku? You should know better. Sorry, Mom, the boy muttered. I just didn't like how he was talking to Shanks. He's way stronger than that jerk will ever be. The Red Force's captain took off his straw hat and waved it like a fan. I'm fine, kid. It's not like I was hurt at all. Ha ha ha, ugh. You think this is funny? Ooh, big bro's right. You're 1,000 times stronger than that idiot, yet you let him make you look like a weakling. Why didn't you fight him? Sure, they outnumbered you, and maybe they looked pretty tough, but what kind of man lets himself be treated like that, then laughs about it? You're a disgrace to all pirates. Exactly. You could have done what I did to him in seconds, Shanks. I mean, what would you two think of you right now? Goku added in confusion. Shanks paused for a moment. He didn't take either of their comments to heart and simply smirked at them. You'll understand when you're older, kids. Yuta, no doubt, would say the same thing. He replied in a calm, almost wise tone. He just got some grog on me. That's all. Needless killing doesn't make you a man. It's protecting what's most precious to you that does. He then put his straw hat back on before speaking again. And you did just that, Goku. Higuma was after you, so it was your fight to take part in, not mine. Knowing when and when not to fight is all part of growing up. While the 9-year-old slowly began to comprehend his point, Luffy, in contrast, acted stubborn and looked down at the floor in annoyance. Whatever. You're still a joke as far as pirates go. It was then that Goku and Luffy noticed a brown treasure chest in the corner of the bar. Inside was an unusual purple devil fruit with swirl-like patterns drawn into it. Both boys felt hungry enough to eat their emotions away. Shanks and Makino were too distracted to notice what the two boys were staring at. That's a weird-looking fruit, but using the power pole did make me hungry. I saw it first, big bro. I'm angry and I need it more. Hey, don't be like that. We can share it. No, it's mine. Staring each other down, both Goku and Luffy then leapt for the wooden chest. They proceeded to wrestle each other for the devil fruit until Luffy, surprisingly, thought fast and latched onto Goku's monkey tail. Shishishi. Got ya. Due to this action, Goku plopped down onto the floor in newfound exhaustion. He couldn't even move normally if he tried. That was a dirty trick, Luffy. Smiling from ear to ear, the 7-year-old victoriously chowed down on the fruit. These loud munching noises caught the attention of Shanks, Makino, and everyone else. Who? What are you kids? The red-haired captain's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the devil fruit in Luffy's hands. He stood up straight and ran towards him before it could be fully digested. Wait, Luffy. Don't eat that. Who? What's the big deal? Did you just eat the fruit in that box? Spit it out before it's too late. Shanks yelled. Snorting, Luffy ignored these orders and swallowed the rest of the fruit's contents down his throat. The red-hair pirates gaped at the boy's sheer audacity in utter perplexement. HMPH. Why should I listen to you? You're not my role model anymore. Wait, Luffy. Listen to me before it's. Grabbing onto Luffy's arm while he walked away caused it to stretch from one part of Party's bar to the next. Makino placed a hand over her mouth while Shanks' shipmates either spit out their drinks or had their jaws drop low to the floor. Oh no. He couldn't have. His arm's stretching. Goku's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets from shock. Eh? What the heck happened, Luffy? I don't know. What's wrong with me? Lucky Roo broke out into a nervous sweat upon seeing the empty treasure chest. The fruit we took from that enemy ship gone. Just like that. He stammered. He then pointed at a picture of the devil fruit and showed it to Luffy. You did eat that fruit, right? Yeah, I did. I eat when I'm upset and Shanks kinda pissed me off. Too bad it didn't taste all that great. In anger, Shanks grabbed onto the sides of Luffy's face and yelled at him. That was the gum fruit. Because you ate that devil fruit, you'll become a rubber man and lose the ability to swim for the rest of your entire life. What? No way, you dumbass. Hearing this, Goku was almost grateful that he hadn't eaten the gum fruit in Luffy's place. He wiped some sweat off his brow and blew out a sigh. Good thing I don't have one of those devil fruit thingies. Not being able to swim would be a pain, he said. And make Garp Pa pretty angry too. Beckman quirked a brow. Not that it do anything. According to Garp, you already ate the monkey fruit, model, Surugami, right? The monkey-tailed boy scratched the back of his head in confusion. Even when the Vice Admiral explained it to him, he couldn't recall a day in his life where he actually came across that Zoan-type devil fruit. Who? I did? The red-hair pirates spit out their drinks again. Goku and Luffy really were cut from the same cloth in terms of stupidity. You forgot. A few weeks later, despite his prior chagrin over not being able to swim anymore, Luffy quickly grew to love being made of rubber. It made his training with Goku and Garp a lot easier than before, even if his new proportions would still take some getting used to. It didn't do much to change his personality or past convictions, at least. If anything, the powers of the Gum Gum fruit increased his chances of becoming a successful pirate later on. He might even be able to increase the force of his normal punches and kicks with enough practice. Neither he or Goku knew how Shanks got their hands on such a fruit, but much like with Utah's disappearance, such information was kept private by the Red Hair Pirates. They had left for another voyage quite some time ago, and were getting closer to leaving Fushou village altogether. The two boys tried their best not to think about it, however. Instead, the both of them sat in Party's bar and ate their meals. Makino, being observant as ever, could tell that Shanks' absence was taking a slight toll on them emotionally. "You really miss those pirates, huh?" Goku drank from a glass of milk and nodded. Shanks said he'd be back soon, Mom. I just dunno how much longer him and the others will be staying here. TCH. After the way those dumb mountain bandits humiliated them. Not at all. Luffy spat. Oh, come on, Luffy. You don't mean that. Shanks said it wasn't his fight to take part in, remember? The 7-year-old anchor rested his chin on the bar in annoyance. That's the problem. I thought he was brave and tough, but he's really just a big wimp who makes bad excuses like that. Same with everyone else. Makino smiled whilst polishing a wine glass in her hands. Are you sure about that? Maybe sometimes it takes more courage not to fight, but a real man stands up for himself, no matter what. Big Bro did just that and showed that bandit who's boss. Goku awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The damage to Party's bar's wall was still being repaired as they spoke. Higuma's imprint remained visible to anyone in close proximity to it, including themselves. To be fair, he did end up getting away. You're right. Letting me, the terror of the Highlands, escape was the worst mistake of your life, son. Goku. To the 3's shock, Higuma busted his way through the front entrance with multiple Kumar mercenary clan bandits in tow. He smiled in satisfaction upon seeing that there were no longer any pirates around to protect them. What, you? I'm here to uphold our end of the bargain, kid. Hope you didn't forget. The mountain bandit plopped himself down on a nearby seat. Well? What were you waiting for, bar wench? We're customers. Serve US drinks. Makino froze in place, uncertain if she should protect the boys or serve them like any normal customer. Before she could even reply, Goku and Luffy stood protectively in front of her. Get out of here. Makino doesn't serve scum like you, the 19-year-old bartender winced. Luffy, ha ha. I'm scum? What about that loathsome pirate? I broke a bottle over his head, and there wasn't a single word of protest. How pathetic. Ha. The thief chuckled with a condescending smirk on his face. Spineless cowards like that make me sick. I would have killed him if given the chance. Old Kumar would do it in a heartbeat. Hearing this remark, Luffy suddenly exploded with anger. Take that back. He yelled. Take back what you said about Shanks. He's not a coward. Panicking, Makino tried her best to hold Luffy back, but to no avail. The kid was far too angry at this point to calm down. Luffy! Stop talking bad about Shanks. He then, to Higuma's surprise, charged at the bandit and wound up his arm, hoping to create a punch as powerful as a pistol. Arth! Gum pistol! He, unfortunately, failed to do so. The boy, instead, stretched his arm too early, giving Higuma the ample opportunity to grab onto it and toss him outside Party's bar. Luffy went careening outside the door and landed on the ground with a firm, painful smack. Gah, Luffy! Goku cried. He then took out his Naibo and stood in a fighting stance. You jerks are gonna pay for hurting my little brother. Higuma, with a barely audible snort, snapped his fingers and pointing towards him. Take this brat down, men, but keep him alive. I want to honor Kumar by making his demise extra slow and painful. He. With pleasure, boss. While some bandits followed Higuma outside, a select few brandished guns and swords as they began to corner Goku's position in the bar. The monkey-tailed child, of course, wasn't he afraid of them at all? Duck for cover, Mom! He cried aloud. Power pole, extend! Glowing with red energy, Goku increased the size of his bow staff and spun it around the entire room. It made direct contact with the bandits' bodies, knocking them out instantly from its sheer force alone. Amazing, the boy's adoptive mother murmured. Her kerchief had fallen off after ducking down behind the bar, revealing short green hair underneath it. Go tell Mayor Whoop Slap what's happening. I'm gonna help save Luffy, but Goku. You can't just. Unfortunately, her adopted son, as always, had made up his mind before any arguments could be made. He bolted outside, leaving her alone to do what was asked of her. Please be careful, sweetie. Outside, Higuma and his remaining mountain bandits beat down on Luffy's rubber body. The boy's cries of pain and anguish were music to their ears. The townspeople of Fushou village wanted to help, but they were too afraid of being killed themselves. You've got a strange body, boy. Our punches and kicks aren't hurting you at all. He pulled on Luffy's cheek, causing it to stretch and contort in a way that wasn't normal. Damn you! You better take back what you said. The 7-year-old boy tried to punch him in the face again. You jerk! There sure are some weird creatures in this world. Rubber boy? With one hand in his pocket, Higuma clutched Luffy's lips and roughly flung him across the ground. He bounced like a stone in water, causing blood to trickle down from his mouth and forehead. His front tooth seemed to be missing as well. Damn it! I'll make you sorry for this. Maybe after I slaughter your brother, I'll sell you to a freak show. I bet they'll pay good money for you. Undeterred by the man's taunts, Luffy grabbed a stick and charged Higuma full throttle. Yah, you stubborn little brat. The mountain bandit would have slammed a foot on Luffy's face if not for Goku blocking it with his fist. Blood spurted from the boy's knuckles, but he didn't care one bit. All he cared about, on the contrary, was beating this criminal to a bloody pulp. I told YA you'd pay. What? Grabbing a hold of the man's foot, he used his superhuman strength to spin Higuma's body around and leave him open to another attack. He tilted his power pole at a certain angle, preparing to launch himself forward. Power pole, extend! Hiya! He held onto the staff as it grew and, shockingly enough, managed to knee Higuma straight in the face. The mountain bandit careened uncontrollably towards his followers and crashed into them like a set of bowling pins. Gah! Goku took advantage of this moment to help up Luffy off the ground. He smiled at him with a prominent sense of relief. You okay, little brother? Why yeah thanks, Goku. Luffy grunted. ERGH. Serves that mountain ape right for bad-mouthing Shanks. Who are you calling ape, you little rubber-spined freak? Looking over towards the Kumar mercenary clan, their leader began to develop a similar man-beast form to his predecessor. He grew larger and more muscular in size while developed a bear-like appearance. Even his clothes adjusted to this new form without any issue. He narrowed his bloodshot, almost glowing yellow eyes and glared at the two boys. Fresh blood oozed from the spot where Goku struck him beforehand. My name is Higuma the Bear for good reason. And as the new owner of the bear fruit, you've done the unpardonable by attacking me. No one can save you brats now, Goku grimaced. He had the same devil fruit as that bear thief from several months ago. It was something he didn't think would be possible until now. Whatever. I beat one bear already. Another one is no problem at all. Higuma, unlike Kumar, got on all fours and held his sword tightly in one paw. It's too late for mercy now. I am going to kill you. Grah! Before he could commence his next attack, Makino and Whoop Slap appeared with looks of horror on their faces. They expected to see a murderous bandit, not an actual monster. Is that? Leave those boys alone. We had no intention of ever fighting you people. I don't know what they did to make you hate them so much, but if it's money you want, you'll get it. Just don't hurt them. Whoop Slap cried out in desperation. Have some common decency. Luffy was surprised by the man's words. Mayor, Higuma lowly snarled in his bear form. The mayor's pleas meant less than nothing to him. Back at Mount Corvo, showing sympathy for a victim's plight was beyond pathetic. Nice try, old geezer, but son D. Goku struck me more than once thus far. Fool me once, shame on him. Fool me twice, shame on me. And fool me 3 times, he's as good as dead. The bandit said. It's been that way since he first screwed with the Kumar mercenary clan. Nothing can rectify that error in judgment. At incredibly fast speeds, Higuma leapt toward the 2 boys with his sword wound up, ready to strike down any moment now. Makino gasped. Goku! Luffy, please? Forgive them. The bear fruit user then, all of a sudden, stopped in place. A cold chill went down his spine due to some unforeseen force coming from behind Makino and whoop slap. He didn't know what it was, but this power certainly felt far stronger than his own by a large margin. Nobody came to greet us at the harbor. I was wondering what was going on. Higuma's eyes widened upon seeing Shanks appear with a black cloak wrapped around his shoulders. He smiled, yet was secretly exerting a bit of Conqueror-esque haki without anyone else's awareness besides, of course, the mountain bandit in question. Even Goku couldn't detect it all that easily. Shanks! You're back! Luffy happily shouted. So, those mountain bandits came back again, huh? Looks like their leader had a makeover of sorts. Goku lightly tugged on Shanks' cape and pointed over at Higuma's body. He has the bear fruit. The Kumar guy I beat had the same thing, yet he died. How did this guy get it too? The redhead captain blinked a few times before stroking his chin in thought. Well, it is possible for a devil fruit to reappear whenever their original user dies. These guys must have found it somewhere near Kumar's corpse. Wow, really? I didn't know. Regaining his lost composure, Higuma burned figurative holes into the pirate captain's head. He wasn't expecting him to interfere like this. I don't know what you pirates want, but you'd better back off before you get hurt. Come any closer or we'll have to kill you cowards. Funny. I should be saying that to you. Shanks said. A mountain bandit then boldly walked up to him and pointed a gun at his head. Didn't you hear him? Don't come any closer or I'll blow your head off. Ha ha ha. I don't know. Didn't you hear my warning? Suddenly, Lucky Roo emerged from behind Shanks and shot the bandit's head with his own pistol. He ate from a slab of meat while doing so, showing that typical pirates weren't opposed to killing at all. Higuma and his bandits were stunned speechless. One of their own was brutally murdered within seconds, yet they could do nothing to stop it from happening. What? Like I said, don't come any closer to these boys or there will be hell to pay. Shanks glowered. Look, you can pour drinks on me, you can throw food at me, you can even spit on me. I'll just laugh that stuff off, but as a pirate, good reason or not, nobody hurts those who are friends of mine. Goku's eye lit up in response to this statement. He perfectly lined up with the advice Shanks gave him and Luffy after Higuma left Party's bar. He's fighting to protect those precious to him. Higuma guffawed, showing off his sharp teeth and longer tongue. Ha ha ha. Nice speech. Very intimidating, he said, pointing at them accusatively with one claw. You pirates spend your time floating around in your little ships. And you think you can stand up to the Kumar mercenary clan? Don't make me laugh. Kill them. The remaining mountain bandits then charged the red hair pirates all at once. Arg! Die! Ben Beckman brought out his rifle and frowned. Cap'n, I'll take care of this. Not if I do it first, Beckman. Goku chuckled. Within moments, Goku and Beckman used their respective weapons to beat each bandit senseless. The boy smacked them with his naibo while Beckman either burned their faces with his cigarette or used his rifle like a baseball bat. In any case, both succeeded in leaving Higuma completely defenseless and unguarded. Beckman then lit another cigarette and smirked at his young, monkey-tailed friend. Nice work, Mama's boy. Thanks for the first part, anyway. Hee. Afterwards, Shanks' first mate cocked his rifle and aimed it at the still-standing Higuma. You were saying something about mountain bandits and pirates. If you want to fight us, you better bring a battleship. Beckman muttered before jerking a thumb at Goku. Especially if you're seeking to kill our little one-man army here. Luffy was awestruck by Beckman's strength in comparison to his brother's. Wow, he's strong. Wow, Makino whispered, but the brat started it. He killed our leader. He didn't need to go that far. None of that matters when I'm the one finishing it. There is a price on your head, isn't he there? Breaking out into a nervous sweat, Higuma suddenly threw a smoke bomb on the ground. The ensuing chaos allowed him to pounce on Luffy and hurriedly flee with said rubber boy in tow. "See Mia, kid, hey! Let go!" Once they were gone, it took a while for Goku, Shanks, and the others to regain their lost vision. They, as expected, freaked out in response to Luffy's kidnapping. "Oh shoot! That jerk ran off with my little brother, damn it! I let him escape! We've gotta save Luffy!" Shanks screamed. "Calm down, Captain. We'll all go out and look for him. We'll find him." Lucky Roo assured him. "No need, Lucky Roo. I'll find him in no time." Closing his eyes, Goku took a moment to concentrate. He could hear the voices of both Luffy and Higuma somewhere in the distance. They sounded faint, but both were undoubtedly coming from the ocean near Dawn Island. He then, despite Makino and Whoop Slap's protests, extended the Naibo's size and used it like a pole vault. This caused him to slingshot himself straight across the sky at near immeasurable speeds. "I am coming, Luffy!" The red-hair pirates looked oddly impressed by this strange spectacle. Turns out the kid, even at 9 years old, had a knack for thinking outside the box. That kid really is something else. I better go after them." Shanks replied. Meanwhile, Higuma and Luffy were sailing away from Dawn Island in a small wooden boat. His appearance as a bear, of course, was rather distracting, but he could still remain inconspicuous for a short while. He would just need to dispose of this brat and his brother without getting caught. Hava hava! What a brilliant escape! And nobody would ever expect a mountain bandit to hide out at sea. Higuma the bear chuckled. He then glared down at Luffy's face with little care. "I brought you along as bait, but now that Goku's coming for you, regardless, you've outlived your usefulness. I've already killed 56 people who were foolish enough to make me mad, one more? Ugh! Die!" Luffy screamed in an attempt to punch him a third and final time. The mountain bandit dodged said attack and slashed his arm, causing some blood to burst forth from the wound. "Ugh! TSK. Goodbye, you." Higuma's ear perked up. "HM? What is that noise?" Squinting his eyes, the man turned bear caught sight of a familiar speck in the distance. It was none other than Goku rocketing towards them like some kind of fast, heat-seeking missile. Gohan's blue fedora struggled to hang onto his neck as his spiky black hair trailed backward in the wind. Luffy clutched his arm and beamed happily. "Goku, I am possible, Luyu Ufai." Unfortunately for him, Higuma turned around at the worst possible moment. Goku's head powerfully slammed into his stomach, causing an indescribable amount of pain to surge through the thief's body. He couldn't even stand up any longer, and hacked up a sizable clump of blood from his mouth in response. "Dwah! Why you damn brat!" The force of their collision, however, also capsized the little boat and sent all 3 passengers flying into the water. While Goku could swim, the fatigue from smashing into Higuma's stomach drained him of his energy and left him nearly exhausted. The bandit and Luffy, on the other hand, couldn't swim at all due to their respective devil fruits. No. What gives? Why can't I swim? Did Kumar's fruit? A looming shadow then emerged from the bottom of the ocean. It was a massive eel-like sea king with brown, scaly skin and blue fins. Its eyes were blood red and had pupils that narrowed into slits when furious. This legendary sea monster was known to the inhabitants of Dawn Island as the Lord of the Coast, and it has eaten many people foolish enough to tread its waters. Higuma, much to his growing despair, would be no exception. Gyar! The Lord of the Coast proceeded to chomp down on Higuma and the remains of his boat, killing him instantly. Catching a glimpse of both Goku and Luffy, it swam towards them in a state of blind fury. Luffy no, the monkey-tailed murmured in exhaustion. "Yah! Somebody help us!" "Yah!" The two tried their best to huddle close together before the Lord of Coast made its move. As the Type C Sea King attempted to swallow them whole, Shanks miraculously brought both boys out of harm's way. This action, sadly, would deal a significant cost to his body. He just didn't have enough to reach Luffy or Goku before the brown serpent clamped its jaws shut. Shanks, the pirate captain, was done messing around for that reason. He dangerously narrowed his eyes and stared the Lord of the Coast down without a single ounce of fear present. "Get out of here, The eel-like Neptunian didn't take Shanks' demand seriously at first, but thanks to the man's intimidating aura and fierce glare, it decided to run away. Even this particular sea creature was smart enough to avoid death at all costs. After that, everything was quiet in the ocean. All that could be heard were Luffy's cries of despair and Goku's faint breathing. "Good job taking down that bandit, Goku. I'm proud of you," the pirate captain said with a smile. "And Makino told me you stood up for me at the bar, Luffy. Thanks for that." Taking a look at Shanks' body, Goku flinched and felt small tears brimming in his eyes. Why are you smiling? You're. Hey, stop crying, boys. You're tough guys, remember? But Shanks, what about your ARM? As Luffy stated, there was now a bloody stump where Shanks' left arm used to be. He, nevertheless, endured this significant loss with a wide smile and held the two brothers close to him. It's a small price to pay. Just an arm. I'm just glad both of you are okay. Goku choked back his own tears. Shanks, wah. Wah. It was that day Luffy and Goku learned what a pirate's life could really be like. That included its positives and its many negatives. Whether they'd one day be ready for the dangers of the sea was up to them. They would just need to keep getting stronger and, hopefully with time, become as great of a pirate as Shanks was. Many hours later, it took some time for Makino to patch up Shanks' wound, but as soon as he recovered, the red hair pirates made preparations to set sail. They said their goodbyes to the villagers, gathered a few additional supplies, and, overall, took some time to unwind before setting off on another adventure. This next expedition, after all, would be their last near or on Dawn Island. Goku and Luffy didn't know how to react to Shanks' departure. Nonetheless, they tried to contain their own emotions as much as possible when in his company. "So this is really it, huh?" the monkey-tailed boy asked. "You won't be coming back to the village after this voyage?" Luffy continued. Shanks covered his missing arm underneath a black cape and took a deep breath. "That's right. We've been using this harbor as a base of operations for a long time. Maybe too long. Are you sad? Well, maybe not as sad as when you two disappeared, but yeah, a little. But I want to ask you to take me with you," Luffy proclaimed with a content smile on his face. "I still want me and Goku to become pirates on our own with our own crews, ships, and everything. It'll be awesome." Shanks playfully stuck out his tongue. "Naya. Maybe Goku has a chance, but not you. You're still too little. There's no way you can become a pirate." "Oh yes, I will. One day, I'll have a ship and crew better than yours. And we'll have the biggest hoard of treasure in the world. Even Big Bro won't be able to compete," the 7-year-old boy replied with the utmost confidence and determination. "Since I won't be just any ordinary pirate, I am gonna be king of the pirates. Sounds like a pretty big challenge, Luffy." Hee. Goku laughed. Shanks and the red hair pirates also regarded Luffy's ambitious dream the same way. Despite his small size, they could tell the boy meant every word. You're gonna be better than us, hey?" Well then, Shanks caught everyone by surprise and placed his famous straw hat atop Luffy's head. The boy hid his bitter, melancholic tears behind this yellow hat's shadow. "Do me a favor and keep this hat for me," the red hair pirate's captain requested. "This hat means a lot to me. Promise that you'll give it back to me someday when you've become a great pirate," Luffy sniffled. "Oh okay, I will." After smiling back at him one last time, Shanks glanced over at Goku with just as much confidence and enthusiasm. "You too, kid. Take care of Luffy while I'm gone and become the most powerful pirate this world's ever seen. If anyone can do it, I sure as hell know you can. You've proven yourself time and time again," the red-headed pirate exclaimed. "All you'll need to do now is show that same fighting spirit to the entire world. Got it?" "Yup. I won't let you down." Shanks, casually waving both boys goodbye while walking away, he boarded the Red Force and met up with Beckman on deck. "I tell you what. Those kids are gonna make something of themselves one day." Shanks closed both eyes and felt the wind brush past his face. "Yeah, they'll be a very troublesome duo in the future." Makes me wonder how far they'll really go in both the Grand Line and the New World. With that, the Red Hair Pirates' Jolly Roger hung high as they finally parted from Fushou Village on good terms. It would be a long time before they'd ever see it or Dawn Island itself again. Weigh the anchor. Raise the sails. We re-off with the tide. Luffy and Goku continued to watch Shanks' ship leave until it was nothing but an invisible speck in the horizon. They then sighed in disappointment and sadness. Wonder when we'll see him again. At least you have Shanks' straw hat to remember him by. Goku then placed Gohan's blue fedora atop his head again. Now, we both have that in common. Hee, guess so, but mine is better. Shishishi, the monkey-tailed laughed along with him. Have to admit, it does look pretty good on you, Luffy. Maybe even better than it does on Shanks. I wouldn't go that far. I still need to get stronger first. And then I'll be great enough for this straw hat. As they watched the sun shine down on Fushou Village, Goku placed a single fist in front of Luffy and smiled from ear to ear. That's settled then. Let us keep training ourselves silly until we're both worthy of wearing our hats. Sound like a plan, little bro? Luffy eagerly nodded and bumped fists with the older boy. Sure. We'll both be great pirates in no time, big bro. You said it. Hee. Both of their stomachs then made loud, gurgling noises in unison. It was all the indication they needed to know that lunch was ready. We can't train on an empty stomach, though, so let us eat meat. Together, the two brothers scurried back to Party's bar to eat some food with Makino. Years and years would then continue to pass until finally, it'd be time for Goku to leave Fushou Village at 17 years old. That would mark the day his adventures as a pirate would officially begin. 8 years later in 1520, a lot had changed since Shanks and his crew left Dawn Island almost 8 years prior. For one, Garp decided to have Curly Deiden raise Luffy for training purposes while Goku, in contrast, stayed behind with Makino at Party's bar. This further strengthened their bond together as mother and son, even if the boy still felt a bit uncomfortable with how overprotective she could be. There were even times where she yelled at him for training on his own the entire day. Those moments, however, still weren't enough to deter Goku from appreciating her affection when she showed it. He'd do anything in his power to keep her safe, in fact, and absolutely adored the meals she cooked for him each day. Goku's bond with the two boys, Ace and Sabo, also improved significantly with time. The four kids, including Luffy, agreed to become Sake brothers in order to express their loyalty to each other and strengthen their resolve to become great pirates together. For a while, the four brothers would get into all sorts of big trouble with one another. They'd especially drive Deiden and Garp off the wall with their goofy, mischievous antics. Sabo was the worst in that aspect by far, even with his past as a former Goa Kingdom aristocrat in mind. Unfortunately, those days wouldn't last. Sabo tried sailing off to sea on his own and was blasted to smithereens by a celestial dragon as a result. There was no sign of the body, yet Goku, Luffy, and Ace were all completely devastated by their brother's loss. It was just like the situation with Yuta, but somehow, even worse by comparison. All they could do to cope with this tragic loss was continuing to follow in his footsteps as future pirates. Ace, at 17, had left Dawn Island in 1519 to do just that, and now, it was Goku's turn. He had eaten, slept, and fought for 11 long years on this island. Next to Mount Paozu, it was the only real home he knew. It'd be hard to just leave it behind like this, but in the end, all successful pirates set off on their own journeys alone. He, as Vice Admiral Sun D. Gohan's grandson, should be no different. Change was a part of growing up, after all. Welp, guess it's time to go. At 17 years old, Goku was a lot taller and more muscular than his younger self. He had the same basic facial features, but unlike before, managed to wear his grandfather's blue fedora without any noticeable issues. His main outfit comprised of a white dress shirt with rolled-up sleeves and a brownish-orange vest that accentuated his athletic physique. Wrapped around his waist was blue fabric tied down like a belt, which, at times, covered his monkey tail from certain people. He also had matching blue wristbands on each arm that functioned the same way. His pants, meanwhile, were black and were paired with similarly colored shoes. Blue fabric was also wrapped around the portions of his legs above them. Once he secured the Naibo's holster on his back, the former boy and now man with a monkey tail was about ready to become a pirate. He smiled at himself and took a good look at the 4-star ball left behind by his grandpa. Even years later, he still didn't know much about what it was or where it came from. Neither Garp or Shank were much help in that regard, unfortunately. Nevertheless, he tightly clutched the orange ball in his hand, thinking about his grandpa and all that he achieved in his life as a Marine. Being the god of the Marines was a tough act to follow, but as a pirate, he intended to become stronger than Gohan ever was. Not being chained down by the world government definitely gave him that extra advantage, and deep down, he understood that's what his grandpa wanted for him. He wasn't sure Garp, Sengo, or Tsuru would feel the same way, however. The man supposed he'd deal with that during his eventual reunion with those three. Considering how powerful and important they were, hopefully that wouldn't happen anytime soon. Before leaving, he took a moment to pray to this 4-star ball. It was a pastime he got used to doing as a kid. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll make you proud of me. I promise, Goku, with an eager smile on his face, then tipped his fedora upward and stood up straight. At the doors to Party's bar, he saw a 27-year-old Makino standing there. She was wearing a white t-shirt with blue sleeves that read Party's bar on the front, and a mint green dress. Her kerchief was also yellow that day, which went with her hair's usual green hue. She tried to act happy for her adopted son, but it was difficult to do so. An overwhelming feeling of sadness was washing over her, and she couldn't understand why. She never acted this way when Ace left 1 year ago. It's true then. You're really leaving, HM? Well, I am 17 now, Mom. That was kind of the deal I made with my brothers. Goku pointed out. He sighed a little thinking about Sabo's unfortunate fate. Ace went on his own last time, so it's my turn. I've been waiting for this moment a long time. You know that. Makino's smile is replaced with a deep frown. Her lip quivers, remembering all the time she cooked meals for Goku as a little boy or put him to sleep. He, to an even greater extent than Luffy, brought a sense of joy to her life that could never be replaced. It was hard to believe such moments were long past them now. Of course I know that. Your dream was always to become a pirate and you're about to walk out this door to achieve it. Tears start to build up in the bartender's eyes. I just thought I'd be more prepared to say goodbye. Goku was a bit surprised. By comparison, Makino was happy for Ace when he left Dawn Island behind. What made his departure so different? Mom, are you okay? No, I mean, I want to be okay, but I can't help it. Why, you're my son, Goku. And the world out there is such a dangerous place that there's a chance you won't come back and I'll never. The young man immediately pulled her into a soft embrace. And you'll always be my mom, Makino. I know being a pirate will be dangerous sometimes, but I'm pretty much used to all that stuff. I have enough strength to take care of myself. Goku calmly assured her. So don't worry about a thing, Mom. I'll come back to you someday whenever I finish sailing across the world, that is. Hee. Makino felt a little better hearing these words. It still didn't stop her from worrying about him, but that kind of behavior came with being a parent. She hugged him one last time and lightly kissed him on the cheek. Well, wherever you end up going, just know that your mother will be thinking about you every day, Goku. And she loves you so much, okay? I love you too, Mom. The monkey-tailed man then came to a sudden realization and cried comical tears. Oh man. I'm gonna miss your delicious cooking too, don't worry. I made you some spare lunches just in case. Makino giggled in amusement. Seriously? All right. You're the best, Mom. The bartender playfully stuck out her tongue and winked. Tee-hee. I know I am. After he finished packing these meals and other miscellaneous items, Goku was given a small boat to start off with. It was a wooden vessel with a single sail and some paddles to move around with. It would definitely work as a placeholder for whatever ship him and his crew ended up owning in the future. He tossed his backpack into it and nodded affirmatively. That was when he locked eyes with a taller 15-year-old Luffy. Still wearing Shank's straw hat like before, he wore a red tank top with yellow buttons, blue shorts that were slightly rolled up, and brown sandals. He still didn't quite reach Goku's height, but was getting close to it. I bet you're excited, big bro. Your training with Gramps is going to pay off and then some. Shishishi, Goku placed a hand over his blue fedora and laughed. You bet I am, little brother. I can't wait to see what else is out there. He then looked around the harbor in confusion. By the way, where's Dayden? Did she not want to see me off? Nope. She said something about her having a soft spot for you, so saying goodbye in person wouldn't be necessary, I think. Goku didn't buy that explanation, but decided to smile about it anyway. Dogra, after all, told him she was bawling her eyes out when Ace left. Sounds like Dayden, all right. Well, tell her I'll miss her when you can, Luffy. Hee. Will do. Sure, she'll be happy to hear that. Before he could fully step onto his boat, Makino gave Goku one last, affectionate hug. Unfortunately, it was far longer and tighter than he expected it to be. Come on, Mom. You can let me go now. Everyone's watching. The bartender sniffled and tried to hold back her tears, but couldn't. When hugging him for dear life like this, it was too difficult not to picture Goku as the sweet, chubby little boy he used to be. Just a little longer, okay? Mom. Makino then sighed in disappointment and let go her son while rubbing both eyes. This gave him an actual chance to breathe again. Promise you'll write letters to me every day. I'd like to know where you are, even if it's south the same place for an extended period of time. It'll make me worry less. Whoop Slap listened in on this conversation with a few other Fuchsia village townspeople. He crossed his arms with a look of displeasure on his face. Hard not to worry when he's bringing great shame to the village as a pirate. Makino deadpanned. Not what I meant by that, Mayor. Goku blushed a bit in embarrassment. He could tell Luffy was getting a kick out of Makino's overbearing nature, much to his slight displeasure. Well, I don't know about every day, but I'll try to write you when I can, Mom. Supplies are kinda limited in the middle of the sea, you know? Hee. Makino let out another small sigh before grinning. As long I know you're safe, that's all that matters to me. Luffy snorted in amusement. Shishishi. Some things never change. You may look different, Goku, but you're still just as much as Mama's boy as you were before. Goku let out an audible groan. Oh, man. Lay off, would why? Rolling his eyes, he gave Makino a small kiss on the cheek and smiled. Thank you for everything, Mom. I love you too, sweetheart. With those last farewells over and done with, Goku hopped into his first boat. He stood confidently inside it, giving Luffy a thumbs up. Take care of everyone while I'm gone, okay, Luffy? You can count on me, big bro. These next 2 years will be smoothing sailing from here on out. Hee. Well, don't talk about sailing just yet. I'm about to head out. Hoping Luffy didn't jinx him, Goku moved his boat away from Fuchsia Village's dock and began to leave. The start of this new adventure brought back memories of the people he, unfortunately, lost over these past few years. One was unquestionably dead while the other two's fates were a mystery to him. Grandpa Utasabo, wherever you three are, I'm doing this all for you. I won't let you guys down. Smiling at the thought of their faces in his head, Goku took one last look at Fuchsia Village's departing form. He then held in his breath for a moment before letting it out as one loud yell. Bye, everybody. See ya later. Apart from an irate Whoop Slap, the denizens of Fuchsia Village and members of the Dayden family, excluding Dayden herself, of course, all bade Goku farewell. Makino and Luffy, obviously, were taking his departure the hardest, but they didn't let it show. Take care, sweetie. Remember what I said, wait for me, big bro. In 2 years, we'll meet together at sea with our own pirate cruise. Just like we promised. Luffy shouted, I'll hold you to that promise, little bro. Keep getting stronger and work on perfecting the gum pistol. Hearing this, the rubber boy started to break down. Why, you got it. The two boys then start to both tear up with ugly looks on their faces. Memories of their time spent together came flooding back in one single moment. Despite their alternate paths as pirates, they would always be brothers no matter what. Goku, Luffy, concealing their tears through each respective hat, Goku and Luffy look at each other one last time before shouting one final goodbye in unison. Take care. No more tears could be shed from that point onward. Parting from Fushou village for good this time, Goku beamed from ear to ear and clenched his fists together in excitement. The possibilities for him were now, in more ways than one, endless. Gentle breeze, not a cloud in the sky, he muttered to himself. It's the perfect day to set off to sea. Goku then pulls out his Naibo, expertly spins it around, and poses with it by his side. He had an eager, almost confident smirk on his face. Time for me to become the strongest pirate in the entire world. From then on, a new, hopeful light would be shone on Son Goku's destiny. Where his next destination would be was anyone's guess at this point. It would, no doubt, end up being a great adventure, at least. The end. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.